Greetings, brohams! What the dilly-yo? Welcome to the Back Library. I am Madamus, former Cosmic Defender turned Archive Curator. And that's what we're doing today. Archiving. The curating, not archiving. We're yapping. We're yapping. I'm going to be yapping a lot. But before I start the main yappitude, let me tweak some settings. So you might be noticing a different BGM. Those of you who are new to the channel, well, let me start with that. Those of you who are new to the channel, thank you very much for taking a click, taking a look. Thank you to those of you who have subscribed. If you are lurking, if you are VOD watching, thank you, thank you, thank you. It is always appreciated, always looking to grow, and yeah, I guess that's it. Except, I've been mentioning this almost every week. I'm going to mention it again. I am still suffering from a cold. I think it's a cold. I don't know. I haven't been to a doctor. It's also probably that I've been burning the candle at every single end possible. So lately I'm not going to say I'm going into burnout mode, but if I am, that's going to be a pretty fun stream when it happens. Because I ain't taking the stream off. So yeah, some of you may notice, if you are familiar with the channel, that the BGM has changed. This is the BGM that I used when for my earlier streams. Then I switched to something that was more, cheerful and boppy or whatever for the, well, for more recently. I have switched back to it for these browsing the back library strings, because I feel it's more conducive to what the type of yapping stream is. So I'm keeping this around now as more of the yapping BGM, even though it sounds like Tetris music, I know. And we'll go back to the other one for when we do gaming streams, including tomorrow night when we do Karate Survivor. That being said, I have been really struggling with my schedule. I've been really struggling to find times that hit. I am so humbled and so thankful for all the people who have subscribed to this channel. I cannot believe that I am nearly at 1,600 subscribers in such a short space of time. But with that comes a bit of concern. And what the concern is I'm not really getting live viewership. Even now, I don't know, I'm not looking at the numbers right now, but I don't know if anyone is currently lurking. If you are lurking, thank you for lurking. If you're VOD watching, again, thank you for VOD watching. But I haven't been getting much in the way of live viewership. And I want to bump those numbers up because, for one thing, I don't want to go raiding into channels if it's just me and one or two other people. I'd like to be able to show my love for other streamers the same way people have shown their love and support for me. I want to not only for the ones who have supported me, but also for other channels who may be just starting out like I am. Definitely just starting out. The most just starting out you could just start out with. And so yeah, I've been struggling with my times. As you know, tonight this stream is at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I've been doing all of these exploring the back libraries at that time. On Monday I have been doing 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which that's just a necessity. Monday I can't do stuff stream in the evenings, so that's the best I can do to stream that day, and I want to stream that day. And I've been getting some afternoon audiences, but just a few people, mostly people I know from other channels, which is fine. That's great, and I love their support. Greetings, welcome in, Kimmy. I was just discussing my problems with scheduling and hours. And then most of my gaming streams I had been doing at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, a while back, I put out a poll both on YouTube and a poll on Twitter, X, asking about what time I should stream. Unfortunately, both those polls seem to be at odds. On Twitter, it said I should be streaming at 3 in the afternoon. On YouTube, it said I should be streaming at 10, 11 p.m. at night, and 7 p.m. was in the middle of both of them. So I am legitimately at an impasse as to what schedule I should go with to get the best viewership. So for now, I'm going to continue doing the same thing I've been doing Monday at 3 p.m. Eastern, doing Wednesdays at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard, and doing the rest of the gaming streams at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard until I have a reason not to. And I am going to be adding a Saturday stream. I'm also going to be streaming from now on Saturdays at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sundays I just can't do, but Saturdays Eastern Standard Time. So we're going to be starting next week streaming 6 days a week, with occasional exceptions. So hooray! Good luck, Mac. Most of the streamers I watch stream when I'm at work. I hear you, Kimmy. It's so difficult to lock into a good time. And I mean, I try to follow suit with some of the streamers I know, but I also don't want to overlap with them at the same time. So it's such a balancing act, and I definitely want to find that golden spot, that silver bullet, which would be the best. And so anyone who is watching, if you want to comment, give your thoughts on what a good time you think I should be streaming, and just list whatever your time zone is, because I do want to take all of that into consideration. If you're a VOD watcher and you want to watch this live, please let me know. Hope you can find the perfect thanks, Kimmy. I appreciate it. Believe me, I hope I can too, because that's where the struggle is for me right now, Kimmy. I'm setting a pace that is really incredible as far as subs, but getting that live viewership seems to be the enigma. And of course, you know, you go online and you do searches for when should I be streaming, and you get every single answer under the sun, and you get the answers with the peak YouTube times. And sometimes, I mean, my school of thought is if I'm going the peak YouTube times when everyone else is streaming, you can get lost in the shuffle too. So it just seems to be, yeah, so got to work that out. That said, I'm not complaining, so I don't want anyone watching this to think, oh God, he's griping. He's complaining. Why is he complaining? I'm not complaining. Just voicing this and trying to figure it out. Try all the time slots. You know, the truth is I kind of have been, but then there's also the argument that you lose people if you're not consistent. So it's just, what do you do? But yeah, I think for now I'm going to keep sort of the 3 time slots I've been going in, but on different days, but keeping them consistent those days. And eventually, if one of those sticks better, then I'll merge everything into that one. That being said, tomorrow night, Karate Survivor at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Friday night will be the cozy reading stream, which I realized I didn't have some more of my backgrounds and stuff set up, so now I gotta get all that ready tomorrow. Yay! So that'll be the cozy reading stream of The Wizard of Oz, which will not be a very interactive chat. So those of you coming in, it'll be more of a calm, subdued, just reading through I say just reading through it like we're just trying to get through it. It'll be just a reading stream. It won't be a lot of chat interaction. So, you know, when people show up trying to throw me off, the chat's going to be on the screen, but I'm not, except for any major alerts and maybe anything else that happens, potential raids, I'm not really going to be, yes, it's just going to be story time. I'm not going to be responding and answering everyone's questions because I want it to be conducive to a VOD as well. So that being said, tonight, we're going to continue just with this, no Omegs Rising Matt. No, Omegs will not be, he could try all he wants, but I am going to make sure that I am immune, that I am completely immune to whatever he or anyone else throws at me. Even if that means I have to turn off the preview on my end and hope I don't miss anything major. Yeah. So that being said, tonight, I'm going to continue what I've been doing for the past couple weeks, just going through the Blu-rays in the current back library, talking about whatever I think is of interest with them. So it'll be just me yapping for who knows how many hours. So those of you who want to treat this as an ASMR, feel free. That's basically what it is. It is interactive. I mean, obviously, if anyone asks anything or says anything, I am going to respond during this because it's a Zatsu, but it is, for the purposes of how I show it on screen, it's alphabetical, and that's just because of the website I use to catalog everything. In my own library, I keep it in genres. And I wish I could show it that way, but the website I use, which is Blu-ray.com, which I got a love-hate relationship with them. I like them for their free cataloging system, and I like them for the news they put out as far as Blu-ray releases, but dealing with their forums can be kind of annoying, not only with people getting off topic, but and this isn't a political channel, but I think it's important to say with political biases that creep in and the way some political biases are censored while others are given free reign. And I don't like that. You either censor it all or you censor none of it. To the point where even jokes, in fact, I had another account there, which I dropped now. I don't even respond to their forums anymore. I used to chime into their forums on occasion, but not much. And in fact, the one I will mention when I get to the Blu-ray where I had my dust up, which I still 100% believe I was right, but they decided to just delete all my stuff because they thought I was spreading hate speech or something. And whatever, I guess everyone thinks something is hate speech. Whatever. But we'll be getting to that sometime, hopefully tonight, because we are on the letter G still. I have done this for 2 weeks and I am only on the letter G. I am halfway through the letter G. I finished the Godzillas, and yeah, that's pretty much it. So that being said, let me go ahead and take us into the browsing section and continue on what we were doing. And just to say before I get started, I know these are the D's that are on the screen. There's a couple things I forgot to mention last time that I want to mention now about Doctor Who. And there's something that's recently been added to the beginning of the G's, so I'll cover that after this. Doctor Who's something I forgot to mention before, I think, was the, as far as the new Who, the Christopher Eccleston. Let me turn down this BGM a little. It's sort of ringing in my own ears. The Christopher Eccleston and David Tennant Blu-rays, they have seen a recent reissue combining the two into a season set. It has additional remastering. I haven't picked it up yet, but just so people know, there is a better edition of those out there. And with the classic Doctor Who's, one thing I don't think I mentioned before, but I really did want to mention is some of the Doctor Who's are lost. The first Doctor, William Hartnell, about half of his episodes are lost. Did you know there was a Star Trek Doctor Who crossover? Welcome in, Fruit Punch Bicycle. I remember IGN Comics did something like that. I want to say I started reading it and didn't ever finish. I remember in comics there being something like that. So yes. But beyond that, I don't know if there were any others. So if that's the one you're talking about, then yeah, I know of it, but I didn't finish reading it. I think I just read the first issue. IGN's comics were hit and miss with me. I never really read much of their Doctor Who. I read some of their Star Trek, and I don't know. I'm always picky when it comes to Star Trek books and comic books. But Doctor Who, the one thing I wanted to mention with the classic Doctor Who's is, which I don't know if I covered last time, I'd like to see Doctor Who meet Battlestar Galactica. I want to see how the Cybermen would interact with the original Cylons. That could be an interesting concept. That could work out. I could see that better than the Cybermen versus working with the Borg or whatever it was in the Star Trek one. That seems to be a bit more fitting to me. But classic Doctor Who. So the William Hartnell, the first Doctor, about half of his episodes are lost because BBC accidentally erased the tapes because BBC is going to BBC. Likewise, the second Doctor, Patrick Troughton, about probably 2/3 of his episodes are lost. Now, all of these episodes, the audio exists. So we have the audio for everything. It's the video that's gone. Now, over the years, do you happen to have Space 1999? Yes, I do, and we'll get to that when we get to the S's. Yes, I had the old DVD set of that too. I love Space 1999. That was a great show. First season, at least, was great. So with the classic Doctor Who's, because the audio exists, thanks to fans who had recorded the broadcasts on cassette tapes and reel-to-reel tapes, they started doing animated versions a few years ago. Now, the animated versions stand out. They look like VTubers. They were Flash-based animation, so they started animating the missing episodes. And I wanted to bring this up because I think this is one of the times where AI and AI animation should not be shunned. Now, like a lot of people, I've got misgivings about AI-generated artwork, with certain exceptions. And I think Doctor Who's one of those exceptions, because we have what are known as telesnaps of all the missing episodes. Those are still photos that are taken throughout the broadcast for like each scene, which have in years since sometimes been combined with the audio to create like audio plus still images to partially recreate the episodes. With AI and the leaps and bounds we've seen as far as taking still images and making them into moving, Doctor Who are you talking about? Welcome in, Super Shofts. Welcome in. I'm going back to talking, welcome in, yeah. I'm going back to talking about the missing episodes of the first and second Doctor, who I don't have on any of the Blu-ray sets. But we've got still images for those missing episodes, and we've got all the audio for them. And since we've seen so many big gains in the way that still photos, AI is able to animate them into moving scenes, it strikes me as that's the perfect solution for the BBC to pay to have those episodes digitally recreated with AI using those original telesnaps so that it will look photorealistic to the original actors, to the original scenes. It definitely won't take you... I like the Flash animated episodes, don't get me wrong, but it won't take you out of it. And yeah, I think I know a lot of people have misgivings about AI, but I hope that that's something that maybe someday cooler heads will prevail and let something like... I hope someone thinks of that, other than... I'm sure someone else has thought of it, but I don't know if anyone in charge, and frankly, I don't trust the BBC to think of it until, I don't know, 10 years from now, because heck, the BBC is the reason we're missing all those episodes. BBC Archives loaned out their copies of the episodes to BBC Broadcasting. BBC Broadcasting didn't even bother to check if they were duplicates, and once they were done using them, they started deleting, they started erasing all of the original master tapes, which is... it's just crazy. Yeah, by the way, before I get started too much, hydration break. I've ate pizza for dinner, so yeah, hydration break, please. My mouth is dry. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. Insert 18 plus joke about the other possible. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Well, the BBC might as well be that, because, yeah, I have love for a lot of the shows that have come out of the BBC over the years, but like most networks, I don't have love for the BBC and things they've done over the years. And I talked at length, ad nauseum, last time that we were here when I talked about Doctor Who, about the lost episode of Tom Baker, the Shada, and how they went on strike, and that led to it never being able to finish. Hydration break to ignore that awkward comment. No, not ignoring it. Not at all. It fit, and I agree with it. Okay, so the one thing I did want to mention too that was recently added to the back library before we move on, one thing that was added in this week, I went ahead and put it in the digital section, but I haven't received it. It's on its way from Amazon. It's supposed to be here tomorrow, I think. And that is The Game of Clones, Bruceploitation Collection Volume 1. For those of you who aren't familiar what Bruceploitation is, that's when after Bruce Lee died, they started making all these movies with the fake Bruces. You had Bruce Lay, Bruce Lie, Bruce Lowe, Dragon Lee, all of these different un-Bruce Lees. And a lot of these movies have been lost and they've drifted into public domain and who knows. Well, Severin has remastered a bunch of them, and back library for all the backdoor stuff, talking a lot about movies. Yeah, a lot of movies. Well, that's where the name back library originally came from. I'll here, but before I get into Game of Clones, okay, so origin of the name the back library. That happened at a job of mine, and it was at a time in my apartment where a lot of my movies, and they still are, a lot of my DVDs are boxed up because they're things that some of them I don't watch. And I remember there was something where someone was looking for footage for something, and gotcha. My original back library for backdoor shenanigans. Yeah. Someone was looking for footage for something, and just off the cuff, I don't know why I said, because it was in my, because it was boxed up, I said, hey, you could have asked me. I think I have a copy of that in my back library. And from then it just kind of stuck as the name of my movie library when I used to work, because for whatever reason, that sort of became what I was known for, was having too much crap. And so I've just kept it because I like the sound of it. All just from a slip of the tongue. That's a very stupid origin story. You're welcome. But Game of Clones, Severin's has started now putting out these big box sets of Bruceploitation films, including this one's got Goodbye Bruce Lee, his last game of death. Hoarder. Yeah, Kimmy, that's actually partially true with a lot of stuff. I do have a problem. And it's something, unfortunately, I inherited from my, it's just something I inherited from my parents. Well, not from my father, but from my mother's side. And I do mean side, because her whole family. Always the type that hated to get rid of things, and even more so since we've entered the eBay era. It's always sort of a case of, ooh, I don't know if we should donate that. Let's see if we can sell it online. And then no one ever would go to figure out if they could sell it online, because no one wanted to be bothered. So it all just would wind up in a basement. So yeah, whenever I claim my inheritance, can't say no to a good deal. That is true. And I'm going to tell you, Kimmy, my biggest, with DVDs, I forgive myself. And in recent years, I've changed. I've gotten much more selective. It may not look it, but I've gotten much more selective, where I, with a few exceptions, only pick up things that I know I'm going to watch. And with gaming, outside of like Steam games, same thing. I generally only pick up things I'm going to play. Now, years ago, though, the biggest offense for me was Game Boy Advance. Because there was a period where you used to see Game Boy Advance games always clearanced, always $10 a piece, and I was a sucker. And I got a ton of Game Boy Advance stuff that I don't even consider in part of my library. I do have it boxed up to sell because it's stuff that I know I don't want to play, and I don't know why I ever purchased it. I mean, not some of the stupid like shovelware stuff, but it's still stuff that it was clearly not anything I just couldn't, I couldn't say no to a good deal. Absolutely. Got any Pokemon games? No, I don't. The only that is a half-truth. I have one bootleg Pokemon game on Game Boy Black and White, and that is the one that was never released in the United States, Pokemon Green. I have a bootleg copy of Pokemon Green. I don't know much about its origin. This is before the Hong Kong, before we had AliExpress. So when you found a Hong Kong bootleg of something, it wasn't the norm here in the US. That's the only one I got. And yeah, and the reason I picked it up at the time was because it was an, oh, wow. And I did manage to find my old Pokemon cards, over 100 cards, the bulk in beaten up condition. Oh, it's too bad they're beaten up, because stuff like that, I know Pokemon cards can fetch a lot, man. And the reason going back to the Pokemon Green, the reason I picked it up, Kimmy, was, and for anyone else, I sort of told myself, this is going to be my starting point, and then I'm going to pick up, I want to have this on hand so that I can pick up the rest of the Pokemon games, and then I can play through everything, and then I never did it. And that's something I regret. I regret not getting the Pokemon games before video game market became what it is. And you know, it's amazing. I haven't checked the prices on them, but it's amazing that the Pokemon games, if they aren't next to nothing, it's amazing that they aren't, because you know as well as I do, there is more than enough supply to go around. But I am guessing, just based on the way things are, that they are not as cheap as they should be. I mean, even on the NES, the original Super Mario Brothers, which should be the single most common cart known to man, I'm not going to say I don't think it's expensive, but it's more than it should be. My first entry to Pokemon, yeah. My first entry was a bootleg that I never played. Bro got bean boozled. Yep. Now, I didn't pay a bunch for it. Okay, this was back when you could find stuff still in the game stores cheap, and I'm pretty sure I only paid like $5 or $10 for it. So it was, yeah. And it has the battery backup, so that's nice. But yeah, that was it. And the only other thing I almost had one of the games, not Coliseum, but one of the two games that was on GameCube. And I had it, and the disc was damaged. And it was one of those things, I bought it brand new, had to just take it back and get a refund, and that was that. They didn't have any more copies. That was that. So I just kind of gave up on that, because at that point, GameCube was already out, so hunting down stuff, there wasn't anywhere else in town for me to hunt it down at the time. In fact, it was a Hollywood Video that was going out of business, and they had brand new copies, and thankfully they still had a return policy in place for stuff that was damaged. But yeah. Yeah, so no, I have not played any Pokemon. I don't have any Pokemon. The closest thing I've got to Pokemon, which I'll play someday, is Dragon Warrior Monsters, which was the Dragon Quest answer to Pokemon, where I could never get used to. I remember playing as a kid, and I couldn't get used to the breeding system, to breeding the monsters together. And I know that that's going to get taken out of context. Fine, do what you will. But the whole having to get the monsters to shack up, I just kept I'd have these little monster retard babies or whatever. Pal World, yeah, pretty much. I'm going to be honest, Pal World, I want to play Pal World, but I am so afraid with these lawsuits with Nintendo. Madamus bought a game of Pokemon of Nomicop instead. Yeah. I would play Pal World, but I'm so afraid with this lawsuit with Nintendo that the moment I would get into it, all the servers would get shut down. And which I'm mixed, because on the one hand, I can't blame Nintendo for wanting to protect their reputation, but on the other hand, I hate when companies do that. I hate when they shut down things. I hate when there's a fan, I hate when they don't see the customers who are purchasing it. I think that's the main thing. They're thinking about is their own bottom line, and they're not seeing the customers who are into the stuff. All the servers would shut down if you played. Are you that hated? I'm joking. No, no disrespect. No, that's fine. I heard it started because Sony got it. Really? Okay, I didn't know Sony was was even involved with it. Man, the beef with Sony and Nintendo is real, and frankly, it's all Nintendo's own fault. You go back to the Super Nintendo and the CD-ROM add-on, which was going to be the Sony Nintendo PlayStation, and the fact that Nintendo cut Sony off. Nintendo did this to themselves. It's just like you look at everything between any beef between Atari and Nintendo, and it's the same thing. Well, actually, you look at that, in a way it's a little both worlds. Nintendo did half of it, and Atari did the other half. Pal World is not on Japan PlayStation, but I have it on my PlayStation. Gotcha. Okay, I see. So they've got it on oh, okay. So it is beyond PC. I didn't know that. I thought Pal World was just PC based. I didn't know it had made its way to any consoles at this point. So, that kind of makes sense. That makes sense more. If it had just been PC and Nintendo was cracking down, I think that I'd be questioning that a lot more, because Nintendo's never really given a damn about PC gaming. Heck, in fact, you could go back, I don't know why I remember this, but you go back to id Software. id Software tried to get Nintendo to do a port of Super Mario Bros. 3 on PC back in the day. They basically created a demo level, which Nintendo just wasn't interested in. So then they retooled that demo level into a demo for, oh gosh, what was it? For something called Dangerous Dave. And they released that demo level. It was the first level of Mario 3, but with their own character. And they called it Dangerous Dave and copyright infringement. And that's how id Software sort of got their start with PC gaming, and with because they used to do platform stuff before they started doing Doom and Wolfenstein and Doom and all the 3D stuff. They started with cutesy platformers. Dangerous Dave the Doofus, Nintendo, if they were angry. Yeah. Well, Nintendo still didn't care even then. They didn't care that another company was really. They never saw PC as a threat, I don't think, which is kind of dumb. Omegs, let's go. Welcome in, Omegs. Actually, we're just getting started. I've been talking about Pokemon and Nintendo and Pal World for so long. And also talking about some of the scheduling stuff again, with trying to hammer down the best times to stream, because that seems to be the magic secret sauce that I am lacking, is figuring out that right time slot. But yeah, going back to the Blu-rays, Game of Clones. Okay, so Severin Films, this is their first volume. It's got, I don't remember how many movies it's got in it. Let's see. Okay, it's got a documentary. Then it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so it's got 13 movies plus a documentary. There is a bonus. There are 2 editions of this. Best time is anytime. Well, I hope so. I wish it would all fall into place that easily. And again, sorry if I'm swallowing weird. I am still fighting a sore throat, and I don't get enough sleep because I'm a moron. So Game of Clones, there are 2 editions of this. And I just picked this thing up, or I just ordered it. It's on its way. I'm looking forward to it. It's remasters of all of them. And this is going to be the first volume of 3 volumes. The only bad thing is there's 2 editions. There's the version I ordered, which is the version from Amazon, because because of the price, and the version from Severin themselves. The Severin sells a version through their website exclusively, which includes a bonus disc with the I don't know if it's one or two more movies. I think it might just be one, and it's a biggie, The Big Boss 2. But the problem is, the reason that they did it exclusive to their site, as far as I know, is because they couldn't get a good source. So they all look pretty grindhousey from the reviews I've read, but it looks really grindhousey, and I guess it doesn't. It's like maybe a French print with English dialogue dubbed in, but French subtitles burned in. Something. Don't quote me on that. There's something with it where it's not the best transfer, so they did that as a website exclusive. Plus, I guess it was just shipped in a little envelope packed inside. So when it came down, French and English, it must be bad. There's a few. I think there's one of these that is in French, but with Chinese and English subtitles. I don't know which one it is, but yeah, the version is, so if you want the complete version, you gotta get from Severin's website, and it's a decent chunk more. I want to say I'll go ahead and talk the price on it. I want to say if you get from Severin's website, it's about $140. Versus the version I got on Amazon, which was not only $120, but it had an additional 25% off, so it wound up being like 80-something bucks, which I know that's a big chunk of change, but still, for essentially 13 movies and a big documentary, I thought that was worth it. Or maybe it's 12 movies. I don't know. I probably counted wrong. Whatever. Okay, so in any case, yeah, added the Game of Clones, looking forward to that. If I ever take time to start watching movies again instead of just streaming all the time. Okay, so as far as we got last time. Okay, last time we went through the good, the bad, and the ugly. That's where we stopped. We stopped at the good, the bad, and the ugly. So, what else is there to mention? Goonies, not much to mention on that. Except there is something I want to mention on the Goonies, and why there's a reason to hold on to the DVD. Technically speaking, the Goonies on Blu-ray and the 4K edition, I think. Hey, you guys! Yes. Which was actually a line from the Electric Company that they stuck in there. And I think it was because of him watching, because of Sloth watching TV all day. The Goonies, so as far as I know, they poured over all the extras, but one of the extras they don't pour it over the same way, unless I'm mistaken. So one of the cool things about the DVD is the audio commentary, and the DVD obviously isn't shown here. That's worth mentioning. The DVD, when it came to the audio commentary by the cast and the director, had a separate version called Audio Commentary with Hidden Video Treasures. It was a separate video track where basically it gave it, I'm not saying the Mystery Science Theater treatment, but it gave it like the live reaction treatment before we started having live reactions and reactions to movies on YouTube and social media. It sat down all of the original cast and, well, the kid cast grown up and the director at a table, all watching the movie together, so you would get to see them in reacting to it, and you'd see them. It would be a little square down in the corner, and sometimes I think it would zoom in to be full screen and swap places with the movie down in the corner. But it was a really nifty feature, and it's not something that's been done on a lot of discs. There's only one other DVD that did something similar, and I didn't really, well, there's only one I could think of that did something similar, and I didn't mention it earlier. It was in the G's, and that was Ghostbusters. The original DVD of it, its audio commentary, it used the subtitle track to put the director and the screenwriter in as silhouettes at the bottom of the screen, a la Mystery Science Theater 3000. So it was basically a video encoded as a subtitle track, and it would, so they were watching the movie like Mystery Science Theater. And it was a great feature, and it's I think there maybe there's one other movie that did it, but yeah, that was the type of special feature that just came and went. There's also a scene at the end of an Avenger movie that showed them at a table eating shawarma. Okay. I don't remember. I haven't, gosh, I haven't seen the Avengers movies in a while. In a while. Okay, Go Shogun, The Time Stranger, which I think that translates as The Time Stranger. I want to say it's a French. I want to say they said it was a French word. I don't know. Okay, so something to say about this. I'm not familiar with Go Shogun, and I picked this up just because I'd read some decent reviews, and so this is the finale or follow-up to a giant mech series in Japan called Go Shogun. I'm not super familiar with it. The follow-up movie, though, doesn't really have anything to do with giant mechs, so it's almost like one of those TV reunion movies you used to get in the 80s that had some of the cast but didn't really bring back the vibe of the show. Like, for instance, Knight Rider. There was a Knight Rider reunion movie called Knight Rider 2000, and it didn't have Kit. It didn't have the car. It basically, I mean, it had the voice. It had the computer voiced by William Daniels, like that had been shoved into David Hasselhoff's pickup truck. But unless I'm misremembering, the car itself wasn't in it. So it was kind of a Knight Rider in name only. And so I think this Go Shogun might fall into that category. But one of the things which led me to this Blu-ray is a special fee, and something that I'm going to mention just in case anyone out here is on the, oh, should I buy Go Shogun? It's got a special feature that isn't mentioned. It's not listed on the back, and I think it's because licensing, they were allowed to include it, but weren't allowed to advertise it. There's a second movie on this disc, which is a compilation movie of the TV series. So I guess there was a compilation, condensed version of the TV series at some point, and they were allowed to shove it on here as a special feature, but not list it. So it's one of those things, unless you read a good forum somewhere or a good review, you would never know it. Okay, moving on. Gosick or Gossick, I never knew how to pronounce it. This is, I'm just going to mention this anime series real quick to say it's one that I liked to begin with and then I got disappointed with. It started out like a mystery solving thing with a girl who was almost like a Sherlock Holmesian type of thing, but then it took a real twist into completely different territory that I can't even remember and can't quite explain. So, I don't know. My feelings about it were I started off hot and ended cold. I don't know what this even... Okay, it just qualifies as the Grand Duel. One thing I'll mention this, Mill Creek, double feature of two spaghetti westerns, The Grand Duel and Kioma. They're two bigger ones, and this Blu-ray is unfortunate because they shove them on there with a tiny bit rate. Both have since been reissued. It might be by Arrow, it might be by Blue Underground, I'm not sure, but they've been reissued, singular discs, better bit rates. I think it is Arrow. You should watch Gintama anime. You know what? I have been on the cusp of watching Gintama so many times. It's one of those that I kind of stepped away from because I know there's quite a few seasons, and I was just... it was one of those things where it was like, do I want to jump into something else that's so storied? And I know they just, because I know I've passed up at, I think Hamilton Book had a sale on the Blu-ray of the last movie, Gintama the Final. But okay, I will add that to my list, Kimmy. Thank you. Because I've certainly heard of it. And I know I've seen some previews of it too. I want to say I've seen some of the previews and it did look like it was a lot of fun. I don't know if it was just straight trailers or trailers for the Blu-rays or what. Great Escape. The great movie. If you've never seen The Great Escape, Gintama, there's an anime I know with a similar name. Let me search it. Yeah, Gintama is an anime. Yeah. Gintama, yeah. Or Gintama, yeah. Hydration break. My brain is fried today. But thank you, Kimmy. I'll take a look at that. Because, yeah, I've heard of it. Great Escape. Great movie if you've never seen it. Worth your time. World War II feature about the Great Escape. This is a second Blu-ray. There is an edition from LL. I showed the penile break to my friends and family, and they're like, okay, I didn't know that was in it, Kimmy. I am not going to say I want to see it just for that, but because that's not why. But I knew it was a comedy. I thought so. Because the trailer I was remembering was even breaking the fourth wall a bit. So, you want the link? Yeah, sure. Go ahead and post the link, and I'll take a look at it later. I can't run it on here because I'll. Actually, I'll tell you what, Kimmy. Why don't you DM me the link on Twitter? That way I don't lose it in the chat, and I'll take a look at it later. Thanks. Yeah, I'd be curious to see that. The Great Escape, let me just say, there is a previous Blu-ray from MGM. It's a weird thing because they did something with the color, and well, number one, it's too compressed, and it's over cleaned, so it looks waxy. It doesn't look horrible, but it's clearly over cleaned, and the colors on it are really drab. For some reason, they went with that desaturated-ish color palette that everyone seems to be into, or was into. The Great Escape, this is the Criterion reissue. Criterion matched it up to old film sources. Criterion got it right. There is the anime I was thinking of is called Gintama. Okay, I want to say I've heard of that one too, Super Shoffs, but again, I'm gonna say I have not seen that. I definitely haven't seen that one either. Don't search it up, by the way. Okie dokie. I will take your word for that. There is a 4K edition from Kino. It went out of print on December 31st. And I don't know what the rights situation is of why that happened, but leaving aside that 4K, which I don't know enough about, this Criterion edition is fantastic. Great Mouse Detective. Only thing I'm going to say about this is one of Disney's early HD transfers, and unfortunately they recycled a transfer that they'd made for HD television. So the closing credits go into a window boxed mode, and there are a few other Blu-rays I know of that do this, where it purposely, because they were so concerned about what was called TV safety. We now have TVs that don't have a safety, but it used to be that televisions would crop up to 10% of the image. They just automatically did, and a lot of it was just because your old CRT TVs, it was just a side effect. It would blast in the photons at your face. It would crop 10% up to 10% of the image. Early HD TVs used to crop it also. And in fact, even if you look in your settings, usually on your HD TVs, there's a setting for like full versus normal or something like that. So the problem is Disney, instead of putting faith in the people and the technology and the future, they wound up window boxing the credits and squeezing it so that they wouldn't get cropped by these older TVs. So now you pop this in a player and you get to the credits, and suddenly it's got a black border around the closing credits. And it looks ugly, and Disney being Disney, they aren't going to fix it. They aren't going to fix it. They'll never fix it. Disney won't fix anything unless they get really just strong-armed into it, unless they really F something up to the point where they have to. Like the Black Hole Blu-ray I mentioned on day one. On the first day we did this. Green Lantern 3D. Yeah, this is that Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern movie. I'm going to level with y'all. I don't hate this movie. I think the Green Lantern is okay. I think what sort of screwed it up, I think doing all the costumes in CG was stupid. And I think the marketing campaign for it sucked. Look at the cover in this poster where it just shows like it's the families all here. That doesn't sell me the movie. It doesn't. Gross less than the Green Lantern joke. Yeah. And the truth is, it was so bad. Now, see, Omegs, I guess there's something wrong with me. I didn't think it was horrible. To me, it was good enough that it's not one I've removed. And that's saying something, because I removed most, not all, of my Marvel movies. Except for older ones. Just because I've been dissatisfied with how Disney's taken it. But I didn't hate it. But then, okay, I'm going to caveat that. I didn't hate it, but I also haven't seen it since I first watched this Blu-ray. So the truth is, if I rewatched it today, I might hate it. And now you got me thinking, Omegs, I should rewatch it just to see if I want to pull it from the library. I don't understand why they don't even put Parallax in that movie. He's so yeah, you know, they misused Parallax. I don't know what the if I'm gonna compare it with anything, I'm gonna compare it with that second Fantastic Four movie with the Rise of the Silver Surfer. Yeah, Galactus versus Earth Bro wins. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. I was just gonna say the second Fantastic Four movie and the way they misused Galactus, and they shouldn't have even done that. They just shouldn't have. They were so desperate to launch a Silver Surfer franchise, I think. That's my guess. That's my guess behind the whole Fantastic Four thing, because even the title, The Rise of the Silver Surfer, I think they were desperate. Fox was desperate to do what Disney was going to do later, which is make everything into a spin-off, make everything into a cinematic universe, and that is how things die. Green Lantern, though, I am going to say I don't remember how well the 3D looked. I think the 3D was okay. So in terms of keeping it for that, it was decent. Way too desperate that they ruined the most insane powerhouse characters in the entire universe. Yeah. Oh, don't they all? Don't they all? I don't think anyone gets it right. I think the closest ones to get it right were, I think Richard Donner and the Salkinds. I think the Salkinds don't get enough credit with Superman the movie, did it right. And I think Tim Burton, even though he did change things and you can nitpick and say things that weren't comic book accurate, I think Tim Burton with both of his Batman movies got it right. In terms of at least the vibe and treating them how they should have. Not blowing the entire, I was about to say blowing the entire load, and then I just said blowing the entire load, so I just said the most unsay-so thing ever in trying to stop myself from saying the most unsay-so thing ever. They waste it. Okay. Oh, and one thing I will say, it does have the extended cut on here. The extended cut of Green Lantern is worse than the theatrical cut. Like a lot of extended cuts, it adds some footage that it's just redundant. You blew your load, now clean up and carry on. Thank you, Super Shops. Thank you. Gremlins, nothing much to say about this. It's Gremlins. The transfer is adequate. And the only better transfer is on the 4K, and I don't know what the... I haven't done any comparisons, and I think it looks fine. Gremlins 2, the new batch. I want to mention one thing about this and say one thing that this Blu-ray has right, and I really, really wish it had it as more than a special feature, but had it as an alternate version. A lot of people don't realize They did it well with Doctor Strange when they introduced Dormammu. He just zaps Strange away like a bug until he gets annoyed and just gives in. Okay, I'll take your word for that. I'm not super familiar with Doctor Strange. I knew the character, but I wasn't that familiar with it in the comics. I was always more of a DC guy. I never read as much Marvel. I mean, I was familiar enough with usually a lot of the big names and the big characters, but I never really read it. Only thing I will say with Gremlins, though, so there are actually 3 versions of Gremlins 2 that I know of offhand. And this has a special feature that shows the difference with one version. It doesn't have the 3rd version at all. $1 million. Just kidding. That's the wrong guy. Gosh. Okay. So Gremlins 2, there is a scene in it where they broke the 4th wall right and left in this movie. But Gremlins 2, there's a scene in it where they have the film break, and I guess Dorma is kind of like Mephisto. Okay. Gotcha. And I haven't read it. I haven't read that mini with Mephisto either. But okay. I'll take your word for it. I did, I'm going to say right now, well, you already saw, I went through the Ds. I don't have the Doctor Strange movies pictured in the back library. I did have the first one on Blu-ray, and I thought the first Doctor Strange movie was okay. I hated Multiverse of Madness. I mean, Multiverse of Madness just made me angry. I hated that movie. I felt like that was such a waste, and I really, yeah, that was just a waste of my time. I know who Mephisto is, but he's not in any of my graphic novels, unfortunately. If I'm thinking of the same Mephisto. Multiverse of Madness should have just been a horror-themed Marvel movie. It would have been way better. Yeah, and so much of it, you could just tell that it was just so much. You could feel the way it was changed in edit, and you could feel the way it was taken away from Sam Raimi. If I were Sam Raimi, I would have. I know he's tied to an NDA, I'm sure, but man, I would have just. I would never want to touch another comic book movie again. And I'm going to say something too, which a lot of people. I know a lot of people disagree. The Spider-Man, I guess it was No Way Home. I liked it in concept, but I also was not a big fan of the movie. And I know a lot of people loved that movie. I know that did really, really, really well theatrically, and I loved bringing back the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man and the other one too. Can't think of his name, but it did well. The Spider-Man one did. As far as I know, the Spider-Man one did. Multiverse of Madness did not do well. Multiverse of Madness, I think it did better maybe than the current average, but it didn't do well. But the Spider-Man one, it did do well. Oh, Spider-Man, I thought you meant Multiverse. No, Multiverse of Madness, God. No, it bombed. And I'm glad it bombed. And I'm just glad it didn't drag Sam Raimi down with it. Yeah, I wanted to like that Spider-Man. I love the, like I said, Omegs, different strokes for different folks. I love the concept of it. I liked the idea of bringing the 3 different Spider-Men together. It's just like, I'm not the biggest Deadpool fan. Made me goon for Tobey Maguire's return. Yeah, that's the thing. The truth is, Omegs, I'd much more than that. I would much rather have a 4th Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movie that it was not tied at all to the current goings-on of Marvel. I would love to have another Tobey Maguire Spider-Man that wasn't tied at all to the current goings-on of Marvel. And I wouldn't mind having a 3rd one of those amazing Spider-Man movies just to wrap things up, because I hate that those ended sort of cliffhanger-ish. Madamus would also say blank for Tobey Maguire. No, No, I'm not gonna do that. But yeah, well, it's sort of like Deadpool, the Deadpool and Wolverine, which I know did well. There were so many things about it that I liked, but I just felt like it was the sum of its parts were greater than the whole. It was more a love letter to the fans. Yeah, I could see that. In my opinion, so if you saw all the previous Spider-Man movies, that was an excellent end to switch over to Miles. Yeah. Yeah, and I could see that. I'm not denying that. I agree with that. I think part of it was, I think the weak point for me, Omegs, is that I haven't been a fan of the current Marvel Universe Spider-Man stuff. So I think the problem is that it's one of those things where it's like, ooh, wow, I love all this stuff, but the Tom Holland stuff isn't selling it for me. If that makes any sense. And Deadpool too. I felt Deadpool and Wolverine, I thought that was I know everyone loved it. I felt that it had great moments, but it fell flat for me. And I think there were some missed opportunities too. I think one of the biggest, in terms of, you talk about getting someone in there just into a movie for a cameo who, unless I'm mistaken, generally is fine with whoring himself out for a cameo. I think if they would have, I would have loved more than anything in the Deadpool. I don't know why I'm going on about this now. In Deadpool and Wolverine, I would have loved it if, because they mentioned the Punisher being killed at one point. I think if they would have put in the Dolph Lundgren Punisher, that would have just been freaking, that would have been probably one of those things where it would be, well, I can't dislike this movie now. You just put Dolph Lundgren in this as the Punisher again. The one that no one remembers. Oh, I was talking about Gremlins 2, wasn't I? Okay, so Gremlins 2. There's a scene that's different in 3 different versions. Oh, really? You don't like the Tom Holland Spider-Man? For me, I didn't like Andrew. No, okay, let me go both ways, actually. Let me tap both. I didn't like Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man either. I don't have any of his. So no, I didn't like the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man. In fact, he always felt like he was homeless Spider-Man to me. I don't know how to put it, but he felt like homeless Spider-Man to me. And I know that's horrible, but yeah, I didn't enjoy the Andrew Garfield ones, but I don't like the Tom Holland ones either. And the Tom Holland, I can't say I dislike him as Spider-Man. I don't dislike him. I just don't like the current Marvel universe. And I don't like everything tying into every other franchise. Homeless Spider-Man looking for a home. Yeah, that's the saddest part of the No Way Home movie. Omegs is poor Andrew Garfield. He's still homeless. He just got sent back to his own universe to be homeless again. Did I try Marvel Rivals? No, I haven't tried it yet, Kimmy. I should, because I know it's the big thing right now. Andrew Garfield could use a lasagna. Nice. No, I haven't tried Marvel Rivals. I should. That would probably get some streaming attention. I might look into that. I really should. Between that and Fortnite, I need to start doing a few of the more modern-y things, other than Lobotomy Core, which seems to be the most modern thing I've played so far. And I don't know how I feel about that. Fortnite, yeah, everyone else is doing it. It's one of those things, too, I swore I'd never play it. I swore I'd never play Fortnite just because, just because everyone was playing Fortnite. I always want to find the one thing no one else is playing Miku in Fortnite. You know, one thing I've said, Omegs, and I know it'll never happen, but I'm saying it anyway. I have said it, and I've said it on other chat forums, and of course, you know, no one knows what the hell I'm talking about. I've always said, they put a Charles Bronson skin in Fortnite, and you've got me for life. Everyone is coming back just for her. Yeah, you could also play Left 4 Dead 2. No, 100% your call. Gotcha. Okay, I've seen some of the Left 4 Dead stuff. I don't know. I don't do well with the horror stuff. In fact, I'm already freaked out because of our friend Haunted Mari wanting to tie me down to watch the Saw movies. I don't know. I gotta find some way to make her forget about that. I really do. Would you ever play an open online game with us? Maybe at some point. I'd consider that at some point. I'd probably want to set up some sort of a Discord thing first. So I'm not gonna say no to that. Ayo, you can tie me down if you need. Oh, jeez. Fine, I'll talk to Mari and see if she can tie you down to watch Saw, Omegs. Saw is not scary, don't worry, it's just gore. See, that's the thing, I don't do well at... So this is something that doesn't make sense. And I think it's probably not gonna make sense. I used to be okay with blood and gore, but the older I've gotten, the more I get disturbed by it. And I don't know if it's a mortality thing and sort of the getting freaked out of the over bad deaths. Something about bad deaths just really messes with me anymore. Probably a mortality thing. I think it's the pain and the dying badly. Just people dying. It's like Halloween. I like Halloween, which we're coming up to, when Michael Myers was just stabbing. But once he became more of an artist, then it was like, this isn't my scene anymore. Omega has a love interest in you, Matt. No, I hope not. No love interests. No love interests. Bad deaths is, as if good death is a thing. Well, I think you know what I mean. You never saw the clip of Super Shots of Matt trying to sleep. No, that was out of context. That was so out of context. That exists. Yeah, it's over on, in context for me, it's over on, Twitter, X. Omegs posted. I reposted it at one point. Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. Of course. Go ahead, Kimmy. The fact that you have this at your fingertips is disturbing to me. You're lucky I don't use X often. Gotcha. And see, it's gotten to the point where that's the only social media I use at this point. I won't ever go back to Facebook. Well, I would career-wise if it became necessary. Need to start posting on YouTube again. Yeah. You should. I mean, yeah, you should. Okay, Gremlins 2. So yeah, there's the link. Have fun with that. Thank you, Kimmy. Gremlins 2. So there are 3 versions of it, and it all has to do with one scene. So there's a scene in the original the Blu-ray is the theatrical cut, and the original theatrical cut, there's a scene where the film breaks, and the Gremlins are like talking behind the projector, and they call in Hulk Hogan to scare off the Gremlins. So it had a cameo by Hulk Hogan. When it came to home video, to VHS, they decided this didn't work because you don't have film breaking. Let's change it to have it be the video breaking or the tracking going off. So they changed it to, instead of being behind a projector, it was behind static of the TV, having as if your tape just broke. But then it switches to the Gremlins in a shootout against John Wayne, and a voice actor dubbing in John Wayne's voice, scaring the Gremlins off and letting you get back to your video, which is very random, but it was, I mean, it's interesting. And that is on there as a special feature. And it was on the DVD too, but I think it was an Easter egg. But there's also a third version, which sadly isn't included. And that's a version that was shown on TV. And the television cut, unless I'm misremembering, didn't have the film break at all. It just showed the scene, which was dialogue with Christopher Lee, in its entirety. So it'd be nice if the Blu-ray had all 3 versions, or at least had that 3rd version as a special feature also. But that said, Blu-ray Gremlins 2, it's nice. It does have the alternate home video feature as a special feature. Wow, we just are through the first row of the G's, and I've already been doing this for an hour, 15 minutes. A hydration break, and a coughing break too. Okay, sorry about that. Hydration break. 1 hour of tangents, that's right. By the way, if you are currently lurking, thank you. If you're VOD watching, thank you also. Please consider like, subscribe, and a comment. I had a comment yesterday on the lobotomy course stream. The comment on the VOD is quite literally the word "what." Already doing that at back library, but technically 1.25. Yeah. 1.25 hours. Thank you, Super Shops. Yeah. So someone, and I think basing it on the name, probably someone from our Indonesian viewers. So thank you, Indonesian viewers. Thank you for viewing. Please feel free to comment "what" on any of my videos. I'm sure it helps with the algorithm. Or maybe YouTube will follow up and ask me, why are they asking you what? As if YouTube follows up with anything. What? Yeah, thank you. Zaku, I am more of a lurker, but I always enjoy your Thank you, Zaku, and thank you for commenting. I really appreciate that. Thank you for your lurking. I definitely appreciate it. Lurker Gang, Best Gang. Yes, Lurker Gang, Best Gang, VOD Gang, Best Gang too. Love you all. Love the likes. Love the subscribes. Love the live watches. Definitely love the live watches, including the lurks, because that's what I need to build up. Is I gotta build up. Shall we post what in today's stream? Go ahead. Feel free. Okay. Grindhouse. So this is the Robert Rodriguez, Quentin Tarantino double feature movie. And this is the theatrical cut of it. So the 2 movies that were in this, which I can't yet, Planet Terror and Death Proof, were released on Blu-ray individually and on DVD in extended cuts, but not in the original theatrical cuts. A lot of people complained, and eventually the original double feature version with the shorter cuts was released to Blu-ray, including the original trailers that ran, the fake trailers that ran before the movies, which was missing from the other Blu-ray release. The one thing bad about this, and it's a biggie, there's a big baddie, and I'm going to open this up to show you what it is, because it's going to say what is right there, and that is, if you notice here, it says English Dolby Digital 5.1 448 kilobytes per second. Basically, because it's a single disc, they used lossy, compressed DVD grade audio. The audio quality on this is DVD grade. Dolby Digital is a compressed format. It's DVD grade, and so they didn't use lossless DTS HD or Dolby True HD or linear PCM. Which, I don't get that. And it's one of those things too where for a while there was like a rumor they were going to reissue it, because there were some Blu-rays. There are some Blu-rays out there where they released it originally with lossy audio and they went back and fixed it. There are others where they didn't and they went out of print, or they're still in print and they just haven't fixed it to this day. Oh, I didn't know that about the audio. Yeah, and it's something, the truth is, Kimmy, you generally don't know about it, because even though I say DVD grade, usually when it's put on Blu-ray, emphasis on usually, they will encode it with a bit higher bit rate. So it's technically compressed, but it's slightly less compressed, and you got to be a real audiophile to notice it. And even if you notice it, chances are it's not going to stand out to you. So the chances are, if if you're watching and enjoying a movie, it's not going to jump out at you. It's something, though, that if you were to compare lossy and lossless side by side, then you might hear I can hear this one sounds a little bit fuller. But usually it doesn't stand out. In fact, we're coming to a few more examples of that too. And Warner Brothers is a big offender of this when it comes to mono. So only audiophile nerds, pretty much. But it's also one of those things that by the time we got to Blu-ray, it shouldn't be happening. If we've got lossless audio, it shouldn't be unless the audio source, only the best source that they have legal access to is a DVD quality. There's no excuse for it. It's just a matter of being cheap. Like in the case of Grindhouse, I'm guessing it's because they wanted to put everything on a single disc. And but the truth is, even with the length of this, unless it has to do with special features being on the same disc, there's really no reason for it. So it doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense to me. So yeah, I'll move past that one. But yeah. So for the complete Grindhouse experience, though, you have to buy the other two extended cuts of Death Proof and Planet Terror separately. Ground Star Conspiracy. I just want to mention this one quickly because I recently picked this up and watched it for the first time. This is a fantastic political government thriller about a person who supposedly blew up a facility, a government facility, and can't remember anything, and all of these dealings with like trying to make money off of this technology that had been being developed by the government. This is a great movie with George Peppard and Michael Sarrazin. It's George Peppard. George Peppard is freaking awesome. Hannibal from the A-Team. Ground Star Conspiracy, I'm not going to say run out and buy it, but if you can stream it for free, if it pops up ever on a streaming service, well worth your time. Grumpy Old Men and Grumpier Old Men, I don't need to say much about that. Those movies, those are fantastic. Okay, so these are the only two modern Marvel Universe movies that I keep in the back library. My other ones I've boxed up because I'm just not into the modern Marvel Universe. But the first two Guardians of the Galaxy, I don't care if they're accurate to the comics or not. I thought Guardians of the Galaxy was really fun. I really enjoyed it. And the 3D version of it, this is the Blu-ray 3D. The 3D looks great. And I'm going to say right now, I am not the biggest fan of James Gunn, but I thought James Gunn did great with these. Guardians of the Galaxy 2. This is the Best Buy exclusive Steelbook. This was the only way in the United States to get the 3D version. You had to buy the 4K 3D Blu-ray combo Steelbook that was a Best Buy exclusive. Which kind of sucks, because this is when Disney was winding down all of their 3D releases in the US. So I think you could still get it overseas, so you could import it if you wanted to. I've only imported two Blu-rays, and they were for 3D, and I tend to lean away from importing. But they were region free and 3D, and they were things wanted the 3D, and I'll get to those when we get to them. But I liked the second Guardian of the Galaxy. I know a lot of the reviews some of the reviews weren't kind to it, but I enjoyed it. Now, that being said, the third Guardian of the Galaxy, you'll notice, isn't here. I didn't enjoy the third one. For one, it's hard to watch it on its own standalone because of the Marvel movies, all the Marvel Universe interconnecting, which is something I think has become a weakness. I think it's become a weakness for all of these cinematic universes to tie together so much that sequels to the independent franchises within it. Oh boy, who do we get sub? Three-Headed just subscribed. Thank you for your subscribe, Three-Headed. We really appreciate it. Welcome to the back library. I am Madamus, and I am yapping about the Blu-rays in my library. So I guess you're enjoying it, so thanks. Welcome in, welcome in. Guardians of the Galaxy, yeah, I think, I don't like the way that the sequels within these big cinematic universes have become reliant on the larger thing and can't function independently. Guardians of the Galaxy, even though it's got little Avengers teaser at the end, or one of the teasers, you can watch it on its own. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, you can watch as a sequel to Guardians of the Galaxy, no problem. The third one you cannot, because it requires that you saw Endgame and Infinity War, whatnot. And yeah. And plus, I wasn't a big fan of the third one. The third one felt like, part of the third one felt like it was a wake to me. I mean, you knew it was the end, and it felt like it was the end. And sometimes I like that, sometimes I don't. In a case like that, when it's been a franchise that has been generally lighthearted, I thought it was depressing. But to anyone who loved the third Guardians of the Galaxy, I know that there are a lot of people who thought it was great. Maybe not as great as the others, but who thought it was great. And, you know, kudos. Okay. The Gumby movie, in the giant Gumby head. I don't think I've watched my Blu-ray of this yet. I wish it was in a regular cover, but I think it's technically out of print now. Here's what I got to tell you about the Gumby movie. The Gumby movie is... I know from reading about it, and I know I saw it years ago, but I didn't remember enough until I was reading reviews, and I bought the Blu-ray, and I haven't gotten around to watching it, so this is one of those semi-blind buys. I mean, Gumby's not really a blind buy, but, and like I said, I know I saw the movie years ago, but from what I read in the reviews, basically the hero in the movie is mortgages and capitalism. So, I'm gonna go ahead and spoil this now, but apparently it has to do with, the people in, whatever, the claymation land being driven from their homes, and because they're being foreclosed upon. And Gumby, this I think is awesome because it's so real world. Apparently Gumby's solution in the movie isn't to like buy up all this stuff and just save their homes and give them their homes back. Apparently his solution is to get things so that he can charge them a lower cost, more fair mortgage that they can afford to pay. So Gumby's solution basically is to make money for himself. And they think he saved the day in the process. And I just think that's so real world. The fact that he, at least from what I understand, it was basically he just came in and saved the day by offering them a better interest rate. And that's just, yeah, I love it. And I know there's probably someone out there who anti-capitalism thinks that that's like the devil, and I think that is so. Banks are usually not generous people, rather the opposite. Yeah, and the thing was, it's one of these things where he's generous in that he comes and saves the day by getting a hold of this stuff, but he gets a hold of it in such a way that he could charge him less. So basically it's a case of, hey, I'll bail you out, but I want to get paid back for all of this. And that to me is one of the most real things, because I mean, even myself. Moving on, Gunbuster, this is the complete OVA series released by Discotech. Beautiful quality. They did a great job on this. It has a new English dub if you want that, and updated subtitles. This might be out of print. Let me see. Yeah, it is. Oh, wow. Very out of print. Okay, so, going back to, this isn't Godzilla, but this is Toho, and it's all part of their Toho cinematic universe. Well, one of them is. This is a set with, the H-Man, which I think is like some sort of invisible nuclear man. some sort of horror movie they did, Toho, and the other one's Battle in Outer Space. Battle in Outer Space is their fun space opera, and it does tie into some of your Godzilla Showa era stuff. Yeah, again, I just want to apologize, chat, for trauma dumping there. I don't know why that happened. I don't even remember what we were talking about. Okay, I'm looking at chat. What the hell did... Oh, well, yeah, I was talking about loaning money, and then it led to the whole trauma dump. I am seriously sorry for that, chat, and in all seriousness, I'll take your advice. If you think I should cut it, if you adults are just big kids, if you think I should cut that from the VOD, I'll take your advice. And if anyone thinks I should even... who's watching this as a VOD, and that didn't drive you off, put it in the comments. I'll take it under serious, legit advisement. Some never grow up; they just choose to act the same. Yeah, you know, I'll be honest. I mean, I will say to some degree, I think we're all guilty of that to some. I know I am in some ways, but not like that, because I don't even think I would have done that as a kid. But yeah, it's true. Trading one high school environment for another, even though the truth is I don't think I ever went through anything like that in high school. I just say that it's just like high school, because there were cliques, but whatever. Okay, Hail Caesar. I like hearing real life stories, so it doesn't bother me. It's okay. All right, well, thank you, Zaku. I appreciate it. Hail Caesar. I don't think this movie did too well. This is from the Coen brothers. Gave us Big Lebowski, Fargo, amongst other things. Hail Caesar, I think, is a wonderful movie about 50s, maybe into 60s Hollywood, and mixing in things about the Red Scare and things about the casts of all your musicals potentially being gay. It's really Hail Caesar, the biggest Life of Brian. I like Life of Brian. I don't have the Blu-ray of that, I can tell you. I think it's up to you. That's your personal story. You should decide if you want others to hear it or not. It's one of those cases I don't mind it. I don't mind if people hear it, Omegs. It's one of those things, though, if you think it's if anyone else thinks it's too distracting from the video, if you think it's something that people are going to come in and be watching this and just kind of like, oh, crap. I know I'll add in a chapter stop for it. I don't know. I might wind up editing it out, though, when I can. We'll see. I might edit it out when I can. That's another problem with YouTube, and you know this. A lot of you know this. It takes so long for them to process their video that's like 2 or 3 days before I can even cut the thing. Matt, you had a full hour of tangents. That small moment. Oh, Matt, thank you, Megs. Yeah, that's right. We're on the second row. Oh my gosh, we're on the second row. I got to learn English, LOL. That's what's a VOD? Video on demand. It's what's usually referred to as the live videos once they're no longer live. So it's the previously live video that gets referred to as a VOD. Every page is now 30 minutes long. No, Omegs. Every row is 30 minutes long. Because all I got through was, I did the Goonies through Gremlins. Okay, my guess was correct. Thanks. Sure, no problem. You're right. Yeah. So Hail Caesar, fantastic movie. Really a fantastic movie. Okay, Halloween, and there's going to be 2 editions of this. Halloween 35th anniversary edition. There are several editions of thanks, Super Shops. There are a few timestamps for the win. Yeah, I will put in a timestamp that's going to be labeled trauma dump. Please skip. Not that anyone will, probably. So Halloween, there was previously, and Halloween's got a weird history on home video, on DVD, and on Blu-ray. About the trauma and start, and if you'd like, yeah, I'm planning to, don't worry. Don't skip every moment with Matt is precious, but thank you, Omegs. So Halloween's got a weird, it's had a long history. But the best way to really cover it is to say, by the way, would you like a hug? No, I'm good. It's serious. I know it's a joke, but no, I'm good. The truth is I regret talking about it just because I don't want to ever get doxxed for it. Even though I'm just a small fish in this giant pond, this ocean of a world, you never know who's going to click and see something like that and say, no, he was an asshole. Which is true, I was. I just wasn't an a-hole who deserved that. I could tell you, I'll tell you all right now, I used to be at times a jerk, a real jerk. I don't think I was ever hard to work with, but yeah, maybe I was. I don't think I was. Why am I saying I was a jerk? I'm not a jerk. I wasn't hard to work with. I'm freaking Madamus. I was the nicest guy. I was the guy who worked extra hours. I was the guy who filled in for anyone who needed a day off, and then when I took my one frickin' vacation day, they forgot to schedule it. Alright, Halloween. So, original John Carpenter's Halloween. Best way to explain the history of this now, Yappimus, no kidding. So a gold standard was on DVD. Anchor Bay Entertainment was once sort of like the big third-party distributor on DVD. They used to be the heavy hitter. And they put out a THX certified version of Halloween, and they labeled a few things wrong. It was a two-disc, it was originally a two-disc set, but it was, the first disc was the theatrical cut, and the second disc was an extended cut, incorrectly labeled as the television cut. It was actually the theatrical cut with the added scenes from the TV version spliced in. But the main draw of that was the theatrical, in my opinion, their theatrical cut, which the color timing was certified by the original cinematographer, and it was fantastic. This is the way the movie should look and should have always looked. And as far as the audio, it had a 5.1 remix, but it also had the original mono mix. So again, it sounded great. The only thing that held it back was the compression on it was dated. And when I say dated, I mean this is one of the earliest DVDs released, and it stayed a gold standard for a long time in terms of the best copy of Halloween to watch. And that DVD came out, I think, I want to say it came out in 1999. So it is really, I mean, that's a 25-year-old DVD. And the thing is, it became, like I said, it became the gold standard. Anchor Bay would put out a new edition, and they had a new transfer certified by a different cinematographer, and everyone shunned it, and everyone kept going back to that DVD. And that DVD, the single disc issue, kept being reissued over and over. In fact, I think it's still reissued to this day, even though DVD, frankly, no offense, should have gone the way of the dodo by now. It's still the main version. Every Halloween you walk through a Walmart, you're gonna see, even though now it's through a different distributor, that original edition that was from 1999 that they just keep recycling. Once we hit Blu-ray, Anchor Bay released an edition which is not this, but which reused their high definition transfer, which was certified by a different cinematographer. It didn't look that great, and they tried to tweak the color themselves to make it look closer to the Dean Kundi, the old DVD, but it never quite hit. Then you get to this, the 35th anniversary edition. This is when Anchor Bay and Lionsgate, obviously 35th anniversary edition, put out what was supposed to be a special edition of Halloween. Has a brand new HD transfer. I think it was certified by Dean Kundi again, but he had tweaked the color. It wasn't the same as the color for that old DVD. So again, it became a situation of that old DVD doesn't look as good, but the color is right. Secondly, this version didn't have the original mono mix. So this version, which I keep, and there's a reason I keep it, it had a mono mix, but it was a fold down of the 5.1 mix. So it had, it was different, and it had some sound effects that weren't supposed to be in it, like of thunder and lightning, that weren't in the original mix. It did not have the extended cut. It had the deleted scenes from the TV cut, or some of them, on there as a special feature. Really, the biggest draw of this Blu-ray right here is that it was in a digibook. And I'm a sucker for a good digibook. I like the printed word. I like a nice little booklet designed case. So that's the only reason it's here. That's not really this is not the gold standard for Blu-ray of Halloween. This is, even though it's not perfect, the Halloween that you want. So the 4K release of Halloween. This is a great Blu-ray for Halloween, and I say Blu-ray because the Blu-ray discs are what sell it. So it's got a 4K copy of Halloween based on Dean Koondy's whatever latest tweaking to the color timing, which, whatever. And it's got the original mono mix. But the Blu-ray discs are what make this really fantastic, because it's got 3.5 different versions of Halloween on Blu-ray. This thing has the theatrical cut with the new 4K timing on Blu-ray, complete with mono mix and 5.1 remix, or maybe 7.1 remix. It has the theatrical cut with the original home video timing, or color timing. Basically, it's the Anchor Bay timing that I mentioned from 1999. They went back and they recreated it as close as they could on Blu-ray. So you've got a Blu-ray that looks color-wise like that original DVD, but much better. The bad thing is it has the mono mix, but the mono mix they also based on the DVD, so it's just the DVD mono mix. It is lossy DVD audio. It is not uncompressed mono audio. So it's got compressed mono, but it's the best looking copy there is. Then it also includes the extended version, which is the theatrical cut with the added TV scenes spliced in. Although the added scenes, they say they're standard definition, but they're upscaled so nicely it doesn't show. And then it's got the actual television cut in standard definition and cropped to 4:3. So, and plus it's got tons of special features. This edition of Halloween, the original Halloween, fantastic. I mean, the lossy mono on the one theatrical cut disc, I can forgive that. Okay, Hammer films. I mention a lot on here how I love Hammer films, Hammer horror. Not all these are horror. We'll go through them just real quick. This Hammer films, the Ultimate Collection. It's not really ultimate. It's from this is from Mill Creek, which are a budget retailer. This is like it says, it's a 20 film set. They basically shoved all of the Hammer films they had licensed from Columbia and Sony onto a single set. Each disc has like two, and I think in one case like 3 movies. So they are some over compressed. It's a big mix. It's got a few horror films. It's got some thrillers. It's got maybe 1 or 2 sci-fi films, and it's even got a Robin Hood movie mixed in there, and I think a couple pirate movies too. So there's a lot going on with this. It's quality-wise, I'll say it's not the best set, but if you want something with a lot of good content, I recommend it. I recommend it for a few movies alone that are great on it. It's got the Two Faces of Dr. Jekyll, which I always think is one of my favorite Dr. Jekyll movies, because it portrays Dr. Jekyll as not being ugly, but almost like when well, not Dr. Jekyll, but Mr. Hyde as not being ugly, but a youthful womanizer. So Dr. Jekyll is like this bearded, more family man, but he takes the stuff and it turns him into this just womanizing, doesn't care about murder. Basically, it turns him into American Psycho. It's the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde American Psycho, and I think I always thought it was brilliantly done. It's got one of their mummy movies, which is okay. It does have their first Frankenstein sequel, Revenge of Frankenstein, which is nice. It has the Gorgon. The Gorgon is probably one of my top 5 Hammer films. Even though the plot is kind of stupid, it's countryside in somewhere in like Austria, I think in Austria, where the spirit of Megara, one of the Gorgons, has like taken up residence in an old castle and is turning people to stone. It's a stupid plot, but it's a really good movie with both Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing. Lee and Cushing, can't go wrong. Yeah, it can't go wrong. I was trying to think if there was anything else on here with both of them. I'm not sure. There's some others on here with Lee and some others with Cushing. Oh, and it has Scream of Fear. Scream of Fear, in my opinion, you could put that right up there with Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho. I think Scream of Fear is Hammer Films' best thriller. It's black and white, and it's about it has to do, and there are a lot of swerves in that movie. There are a lot of things, especially the ending. The ending will throw you, and it kind of comes out of nowhere, but it all makes sense. And it all revolves around this girl who's wheelchair bound, returning home only to find her father's not there, only her stepmother's there, and now thinking that her stepmother has killed her father, and this whole plot against her to drive her mad. And really great movie. Next up, as I try to get through this page before... Oh, I was going to say I'm going to get through this page before 9 o'clock. That ain't happening, because it's after 9 p.m. Eastern. Hammer Horror. This is a set from Universal. Thanks, Kimmy. This is a set of all 8 of the Hammer films that Universal has. Okay. This set has it's got a few clunkers. It has one of the Frankensteins that's in it. It has one Frankenstein movie. It has one Dracula. It's got the Lone Hammer werewolf movie. It's got a few good thrillers. It's got Kiss of the Vampire, and so the thing about, and it's got there's, oh gosh, I can't remember the names of all of them. I'm not going to open it up. So the thing about this set, with the exception of the one Frankenstein movie that I'd say is a bit of a clunker, Elite Trainer, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. You missed all the trauma dumping, thankfully, but welcome in. I'm just going through the Blu-ray still, and we're still on the first page of the night because we had a lot of tangents. So Hammer Horror, okay, what I can say about this set, if you are someone who is unfamiliar with Hammer films, this set is worth your time. It is very cheap. I see this set around Halloween and Christmas for $15. I think I've even seen it for $10. It is a good set in terms of content. That being said, every single movie that is in this set has been reissued by Scream Factory, Shout Factory. Bless you guys for the trauma dumping. Oh, I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have done it, Elite. I've been debating cutting it out of the VOD because it was a past career thing. So the problem, okay, let me back this up. The problem is they're all great movies, but the transfers, yeah, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to, Elite. It was we started talking about business, and then it led to someone borrowing money, and then it led to the whole thing about a run-in with people at a workplace and firings and yeah. It's all good though. It's your channel. You can do whatever you want. Well, yeah, but I don't want to drive people away, Elite. I don't want to drive potential viewers away, and I don't want to dox myself accidentally too, because it's something that I don't know how many people it's happened to in the world. So Hammer Horror. The problem with this set is they're not the greatest transfers. They look okay, but they're not the greatest transfers. They some of them are noisy. Some of them are one too many. Other people come here and trauma dump without context. That's rude. It's all good. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Omegs. Think it's kind of common. Well, I hope so, Kimmy. I hope so. Well, no, wait, no, I don't. Why would I say I hope so? No one should go through that crap. one. Why did I say I hope so? Yeah, I hope you all suffer, okay? I hope every one of you people out there, you get poisoned and everything else. I hope all this happens to you. Why did I say that, chat? That was a mistake. That was a mistake. Suffer on stream for my amusement. Oh boy. Oh. Yeah. Brain is deep fried. Yeah. Hammer horror. Oh boy. Oh, so hammer horror. What to say about this? Great movies. He's been stuck on the same page for like 2 hours. Yes. Hammer horror. Too many tangents. It's amazing. Hammer horror. Even though the Frankenstein movie in it is probably the least of the Frankensteins, arguably. Good movies. The 3 of the ones in here I would probably easily put in my top 10. Hammer. LOL was, what was on your pizza? Y'all are gonna think less of me. Pineapple. Anyways, sharing your trauma helps you, and we always here to load that trauma and thought. I appreciate it. I appreciate Elite, but I still don't like doing it. And it's old. The thing is, Elite, it's old trauma. It was old trauma and something it just came up. Pineapple on my pizza. Yep, hell. Thank you. Thank you, people. I don't understand people being against pineapple on pizza. I don't get it. I don't get it. All right, I'm gonna go and sleep. I'm not bragging, but I haven't slept. Oh my gosh. Please, Elite, get some sleep. Good grief. Thank you for stopping in, but yeah, get some good sleep. You deserve it. Oh my gosh. Oof, that's rough. They don't understand the goodness of it. Yeah, no, the sweet and salty, it's just a good contrast. Yeah, have a great night. Have a good sleep. So, Hammer horror. So I know I've repeated this like 15 times, but I'm going to say it again. The movies on this are good. It's a good mix of movies. If you want a good introduction to Hammer, this is probably the best set you're going to get, as far as them all be combined in a single spot. The bad thing is the transfers aren't the best. They were older high-definition transfers. Some of them are a little noisy. Some of them have been over-sharpened. I wouldn't say any of them have been over-cleaned, but there's some cropping going on. Universal screwed up. So most of these were shot what's called, it's different names, but we'll say it's 1.66 to 1, and the theatrical standard in the US used to be 1.85 to 1 or 2.35 to 1 for really widescreen things. Universal got confused, and so while the old DVD releases of these are all in the proper 185 to 1, matted from US sources, Universal thought that these were, or some of them were supposed to be a 2 to 1 aspect ratio. So they matted them, cropped the top and the bottom even further than they're supposed to be. And it doesn't look bad if you aren't familiar with the movies. It doesn't stand out. It does stand, because it's not like you can see someone top of someone's head cut off. It does stand out if you're familiar with them. And when I'm going to say familiar with them, here comes this little bit of sussy bit. So Hammer, they made their name in the very late 50s, early 60s, going into the 70s. They made their name with these, with a lot of horror films, gothic horror films, that were bright colors. They had bright red blood. I mean, it wasn't gory, but they just had, you know, technicolor blood. There's a lot of color. And they made their name with cleavage. Not nudity until, like, some of the later films they started, you know, doing some of the sleazier things, putting in some random nudie shots for no apparent reason. But they used to show, we'll just say ample, pretty much they used to show women like they show VTubers now. Ample-chested, showing off the cleavage. And that was, you know, Hammer's a big thing. So you had certain shots that seemed that were framed just for that. Well, they cropped a lot of that out unwittingly. Now, you can make an argument. I'm not going to get into that, but yeah. So that's what suffered in the cropping on these transfers, was some of the specially framed cleavage shots. So there you go. And that being said, you can purchase all of the movies in this in new transfers from Shout Factory with the correct aspect ratios. Possible exception to one film in it called Paranoiac, where the new transfer seems to be squished a little bit. I don't know what's going on with it. It's the reason why one of the reasons why I only repurchased a few in it. But yeah, sorry if you think Madamus is suffs because he's repurchased movies that were in a box set that cropped the cleavage or something. But yeah, whatever. I'm not digging out of that hole. Not going to try, I guess. And the last one, Hammer-wise on this page. This, they label it Hammer Horror Classics. The cover just says Horror Classics, Volume 1. This is one of those unfortunate things from Warner Brothers, and I kind of wish I could repurchase them individually, but they're out of print now. So Warner Brothers put some, not all, some of their Hammer films together in a box set. They put together Taste the Blood of Dracula. Dracula has risen from the grave. Those are opposite order. Taste the Blood of Dracula is the 5th Dracula movie. Dracula has risen from the grave was Dracula 4. Frankenstein Must Be Destroyed, which is Frankenstein, I think, number 5? And The Mummy, which was the original Hammer Mummy movie. Not to be confused with the black and white one from Universal. So they put these out, they put them in this digibook. They also released individual editions. It's labeled Volume 1. There is no Volume 2. For whatever reason, Warner Brothers decided that it didn't go over enough, or maybe they decided they didn't have enough Hammer films to do a Volume 2 with, and they didn't think that through beforehand. Or maybe they were planning Volume 2 to not be related to Hammer films at all. In any case, I can just say for my own OCD, I personally don't like having a Volume 1 of something on a shelf and there not being a Volume 2. It just feels weird, so it's too bad they're all out of print, because personally, for my own, I hate to spend the money, but if they were cheap enough, I'd repurchase them just to put them on the shelf and have them look the right way. Anything else interesting about these? The Mummy is fantastic. That's one of the best Hammers. The 2 Draculas are when Dracula was kind of running out of steam. Taste the Blood of Dracula is kind of an interesting concept, but I don't know, just doesn't really land. Frankenstein Must Be Destroyed would be could be potentially the best of the Frankenstein sequels. What ruins it, and I don't know the truth behind this. So there's a grape scene in it. And that grape scene with Peter Cushing and someone, and that grape scene wasn't originally in the movie. From what I understand, the producers insisted it be added after the fact, and I think they insisted it, they said, because they thought it would make the film sell better with they insisted it be added in because they thought it would sell better with the American audiences, because apparently that's what we're known for. Apparently we're just out graping all the time. But so it's an odd call, but what makes it even odder is I said it was inserted after the fact. So it doesn't fit with the attitudes of the plot, because then there's basically it's the wife of another character, or the fiance of another character, and it's like after the scene happens, there's no beef. There's no one, it's like never mentioned again. There's nothing like it ever playing into the plot where suddenly the guy wants them dead. Yeah, they just wanted segs. There's nothing, and they specifically wanted Peter Cushing doing it to someone, which I don't get. I love Peter Cushing, but no, please stop. Yeah, and like I said, it sticks out like a sore thumb, because it's not even that it's not just that it's irrelevant to the plot, it's that it doesn't influence the plot. So so her hubby is it's like never finds out or it's never mentioned. She never says anything else about it, so it's like she's perfectly cool with it. Yeah, it just makes no sense. And it's too bad, because that, in my opinion, is the one thing that ruins that movie. So as it stands with the Frankenstein movies, first two are the best. I think this one's on par maybe with the fourth one, just because the third one I'm going to mention that real quick, go back to it for a second. With the Universal, this Hammer horror, I said this has one of the lesser Frankenstein movies. The problem with it is with this one's Frankenstein movie is Frankenstein looks really stupid. And the reason why he looks stupid is in the original Hammer Frankenstein, Curse of Frankenstein, it's sort of like the modern Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. It looked believable. You could look at this creature. It wasn't like the giant head thing of the Universal black and white movies. It looked believable. This is a body that's been pieced together and brought back to life. It added up. But as I said, this is a set through Universal. Universal made a partnership with Hammer Horror for some of their movies. They poured some money into it, and I think part of it was they were planning to start developing some TV stuff that never happened. So as a result, when this Hammer Frankenstein was made, they based it off of more the Universal Pictures design of Frankenstein. So even though it's supposed to be a past, not a new one, but it's supposed to be one of them that was buried in the ice, I guess, waking up, it just looks like this giant, hulking, freaky, cheap monster. It looks like a really cheap version of the Boris Karloff Frankenstein. And when I say really cheap, I mean really cheap. It looks like paper mache head at times. It's just bad, in my opinion. The art, the makeup, it just doesn't look right. So that's what kills it over. That's what kills that third one for me. It's A, it's just boring, and B, the look of Frankenstein. So I don't know which of the Frankenstein. I know the first two are great. I don't know on the sequels how I feel about any of them after those first two. Handmaid May. I don't know what to say about this one. This is it's a fun anime. Oh, well, I do have something to say. Okay, fun little anime series about but it kind of changes direction. It starts out with like this AI robot girlfriend that's the size of the palm of your hand, who's meant to be a maid, but then like starts falling in love with her master type thing. You could see that coming. The show goes in a lot of different directions. It's an interesting concept. But I'm going to tell you something. This is one of those times where I'm going to hammer Discotech. I think Discotech Media and Media OCD do great quality, except this time. This is an upscale from the standard definition source, and it is not a good upscale. It does not look good, and it's weird that it doesn't look good. There's only one other one I can think of where I've had issues like this, but not to this degree. It's a bad upscale. And I don't think they did the upscale themselves. I think they just used the upscale from elsewhere. But if that's the case, usually if it doesn't look good, they'll either do their own upscale or they'll release it as standard definition on Blu-ray. This should have been standard definition on Blu-ray. Because it's one of those, it doesn't shine in an upscale. It looks bad. It probably would look better as if it was just left in standard definition and then let your player and your TV blow it up to HD. Hang 'em High. It's Hang 'em High. That's the original MGM release of Hang 'em High. I know there's a reissue from Shout Factory. I don't think there's any difference in the transfers. Or maybe it's from Kino. No, I think it's MGM. I mean, I think it's Shout Factory. As far as I know, there's no difference in the transfers. There might be some additional special features. Nothing much to say. This I'll mention real quick. Hanna-Barbera's Superstars 10. So it says there 72 to 88. I don't know if that's quite the right year. Because I think it was all in the 1980s. I think that's wrong. I think it was all in the 80s. Yeah, I'm sure it was all in the 80s. Yeah, well, there it says released syndication from 87 to 88. So this is kind of a neat thing. I'm glad Warner Brothers put this out. This is an archive release, so it's one of their Warner Archive things. It's a set of 10 movies. It's actually more than that because it's got some additional movies as special features. It's got an additional 1 or 2 Yogi Bear things, and it's got an additional Scooby-Doo thing. And there are only a few quality issues with this. So in late 80s, Hanna-Barbera made a syndication deal to develop 10 movies just to be shown in syndication, like on your UHF channels. So the type of things you'd see in afternoons on, I don't know, like a special kids presentation. So they basically made 10 made-for-TV movies, all just to be, made for TV, to be distributed on television, and this is a collection of all of them. Some of the highlights are the Flintstones meet, or excuse me, the Jetsons meet the Flintstones. I don't think it was Flintstones meets the Jetsons. It's got a couple, there are a couple Yogi Bear movies. There was a Top Cat movie, Huckleberry Hound, and there are 3 Scooby-Doo movies. Scooby-Doo and the Ghoul School, Scooby-Doo meets the Boo Brothers, and Scooby-Doo and the Reluctant Werewolf. Reluctant Werewolf and one of the last 2 oh, and there's a Judy Jetson movie in it too. In fact, what all's in it? Let's just open this one up. Yeah, you got Yogi's Great Escape, Scooby-Doo meets the Boo Brothers, Jetsons meet the Flintstones, Yogi Bear and the Magical Flight of the Spruce Goose, Top Cat and the Beverly Hills Cats, The Good, the Bad, and the Huckleberry Hound, Rockin' with Judy Jetson, that's the one it was, Scooby-Doo and the Ghoul School, Scooby-Doo and the Reluctant Werewolf, Yogi and the Invasion of the Space Bears, and then it also has 2 others on it. It's got Scooby-Doo Goes Hollywood, I think was what it was, which they included as a special feature just because it was a made-for-TV Scooby-Doo movie that is short. I guess they didn't feel released on its own, and it's, I want to say it's on the same disc as Reluctant Werewolf, and I think there's like a Yogi Bear birthday celebration or something on one of the Yogi things. Typical Warner Archive quality, these look great. And when I say typical, I mean they did their own restorations. Warner Brothers has like 2 different divisions. There's the Warner Home Video division, the general one, and there's the Warner Archive one. And the problem is the Warner Home Video one sometimes botches things. They'll over-clean stuff. They'll remove all the grain. They will insist on using lossy DVD audio tracks for anything mono. So like, you know, good example of that is if you pick up any of the older Looney Tunes Blu-rays, the mono is DVD grade because they think since it's mono, why does it need to be lossless? Well, that's kind of dumb, but whatever. The only points of unfortunate stuff with Superstars 10 is the last 2 movies, the Yogi and the Space Bears and the Scooby and the Reluctant Werewolf, were not made on film. They were the first examples, earliest examples of Hanna-Barbera using the Digipaint system, which was animating it through a computer system and on videotape. And so the result is they're video masters. They've been upscaled to HD. And the upscaling of them, it's not like Handmaid May where I said it's awful, but the upscaling is hit and miss. It looks very much like video. And you might be able to make the argument that the DVD of those looks a little better. I'm not sure. I haven't compared them, you know, one to the other, but I think some people have made that argument. I don't know. In terms of the DVD looking better, though, that would only apply to Scooby-Doo and the Reluctant Werewolf. That's the thing. The movies that are on this, some of them have been released before. I can tell you on DVD before, all 3 of those Scooby-Doos, well, all 4 of those have been released to DVD. And as far as the VHS era, I think the Scooby-Doos were released. I know Jetsons Meet the Flintstones made it to VHS, because that was mentioned in some of the reviews of this, was that the only one of these that ever saw a release to home video years ago was Jetsons Meet the Flintstones. But yeah, this is, I'm not going to say they're the best of Hanna-Barbera, but this is a nice little set. It's a nice little set. Steven Seagal, hard to kill. Steven Seagal's a fraud. We all know it. I mean, Steven Seagal, some of the stuff of his is just fun to listen to. Some of the interviews where he's like, if you ever get a chance, look up Steven Seagal's interview about the death of Brandon Lee. I know we talked about the death of Brandon Lee last week or the week before when we talked about Bruce Lee Game of Death and mentioned The Crow. Steven Seagal like talks about them like trying to say how they called me up and they told me about how Brandon was killed, and I couldn't believe it, and I told them, you check that gun, you're gonna find that it had a bullet in it. And a week later they called me back, Master Steven, you were right, Master Steven, there was a bullet in that gun. No one called Steven Seagal. No one cares what he thinks. He's only, I mean, there's this whole history of him about how he basically was committing polygamy, how he had a wife in Japan. He married a woman in Japan just to inherit her father's dojo, just so he could claim that he was the master of all this crap. And then he goes and marries Kelly LeBrock here in the U.S. while he's still married to her. And now he's, you know, in Russia or whatever. And there are so many things too. There's this whole deal too where he's like, I think he was like sued over that show, Steven Seagal Lawman, where he teamed up, supposedly, I guess teamed up with the police and got deputized just so he could film himself trying to be a real police officer. And there was something where he like insisted they break into a house with a bulldozer when they could have just knocked on the door. And so they destroyed this home and killed, like ran over their pets, their pet. I don't know if it was pet chicken or if it was dog or what. And the show got sued because Steven Seagal, no, it'll look better. Let me drive a bulldozer in there. Let me do this. This will be fun. This will be great. It's good for the show. Oh. That being said, I think Hard to Kill is Steven Seagal's best movie. That's the one that all I have it in the back library just because that's, to me, that's the one Steven Seagal movie that it's like I can forget that I'll pretend you're not a fraud for 90 minutes. Now watch me getting sued for calling him a fraud. Okay, let's talk Harry Potter. This is going to have to go between 2 pages, so I'm going to have to go back and forth. I'm going to open this in a separate tab just to do this, because it puts them out of order. Harry Potter. Harry Potter, yippee, fluff you, Dobby. Yeah. So my editions on these are weird. I've repurchased a couple of them over years. So Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, or the Philosopher's Stone if you're in a different country, because it was released both ways, because they thought, so the movie, it's supposed to be the Philosopher's Stone, but someone, I guess, decided that Americans are too stupid to understand what the Philosopher's Stone is, so we'll just call it the Sorcerer's Stone to make it easier for them. A similar thing happened with, something similar happened with changing the name of the Bond movie, License to Kill, when it was originally supposed to be License Revoked, because they said Americans won't understand revoked. So, there have been a few editions. There's an original Blu-ray release, and there's this reissue. The reason I only repurchased 2, I had the Harry Potters in the original editions, as you can see here. This is the only one where I had this one and Chamber of Secrets are the only ones I repurchased in the 2-disc special editions. The reason why is they include the alternate extended versions. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone and Harry Potter and Chamber of Secrets had extended versions that aired on ABC television. I don't know if they're actually director's cuts, but they were extended versions. The original Blu-rays did not have those. The original DVDs did not have those. They later put out 4-disc mega set Blu-rays. Like each set is like the Lord of the Rings set. Giant box, fill up your whole shelf editions that had the extended editions, and they later reissued them minus a couple of the special features discs with both in these editions, which have both the extended cuts and the theatrical cuts. So Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, on the other page, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, those are the reissues with the extended cuts. even though I'm not sure which versions I like better. Now, that being said, I ran into a problem with Chamber of Secrets where I think it's player dependent, and I've never gone back and checked, but I know the audio, because they were done via branching, I know the audio for like a period of 10 minutes went super out of sync for me on the extended version. And I think it's player dependent because I never read about it anywhere else. And that's something where Harry Potter, people would have been screaming from the rooftops. Nothing much else to say. Prisoner of Azkaban is the Prisoner of Azkaban. Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, only thing, let me go the right order. I'm getting out of order. I wish they'd number them. Harry Potter and the Goblin Fire, Harry Potter and the Magical Hammock. I don't know. Harry Potter and Goblin Fire. The Goblet of Fiber. Brought to you by Metamucil. It's the original edition. Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. Only thing to say about this is the original edition with the foil cover. You can't see it here, but the original edition, the original cover was like holographic and looks nice and cool. Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. I might be wrong on this, but I want to say there's a separate edition of it. No, I must be wrong. I must be wrong. 2-disc set, 2-disc. I must be wrong. No, maybe not. I'm going to have to check my own discs because I want to say I have an edition of it which has a Best Buy exclusive disc. I'll have to check that sometime, but I want to say there's an exclusive version of this. Also not pictured in the back library. I do have, but I've got them boxed up because I was planning to sell them. There were store exclusive versions of both the Deathly Hallows movies, one from Target, one from Best Buy. Each had a bonus disc. I don't remember if they had anything really special on them, so I ditched those when the 3D came out. So Harry Potter and Deathly Hallows, that's part 2, and on the other page we've got part 1. These are the 3D editions, which also include the 2D versions. This is one of those unfortunate 3D things. Did you play Hogwarts Legacy? I didn't. I didn't play Hogwarts Legacy, and I kind of wish I would have, because I wish I would have been streaming when that was a thing, because I remember when everyone was canceling every streamer who played it. And I would have liked to have streamed it during that time just as a middle finger to everyone who was throwing a fit. Because I don't get stuff like that. But no, I never played Hogwarts Legacy. People went insane for that game. Yeah, they went insane. And the problem is they went insane both ways. You had some went insane loving it, and then you had the others going insane wanting to... Once I saw that there were streamers out there apologizing for it, it is, yeah, Harry Potter, I don't get it. Harry Potter's my child. Exactly. Now, that being said, I'll go ahead and say with the Harry Potters, I'm not a fan of the Fantastic Beasts series. I had the first, I'm going to say something to get me canceled. So I have the first 2 in the Blu-ray 3Ds. I never bought the third one, in part because it became clear they weren't going to be doing the other ones, or they weren't going to be continuing with it, and it was just going to kind of end. But I thought the first Fantastic Beast was okay. I thought the second one, they started trying to make little political jabs. Then the third one, I got annoyed when they bonked Johnny Depp before he'd been found guilty of anything and replaced him. I thought that was lame. Plus, I'm going to just say right now, the third one, the problem was for me, the third one kind of became, best part about it is anyone that claims J.K. Rowling is a bad person can't pull up any evidence when you confront them. Oh, exactly. Yeah. She's got an opinion they disagree with. Oh, I got an opinion I'm going to say right now, which is probably going to piss people off. So the third movie of the Fantastic Beasts, The Secret, before I talk about these in 3D, The Secrets of Dumbledore, The Secrets of Dumbledore. I was laughing during that movie because my reaction to it once I was watching it was, so the secret of the Secrets of Dumbledore was that he was gay. That was the secret, because I felt like that was the whole movie. Was okay. So the secret was he was gay and in love with Voldemort. That was it. That's the secret. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I'm sorry. But yeah, I didn't. Fantastic Beasts, God, I wanted to love them. Because I liked the first one. I wanted to love them, but it just, they didn't hit with me. But the third one, it just felt like, well, so that was the secret. I was like, what did she say? And I couldn't find anything conclusive. Pretty much the thing she said was the normal, the same thing you get banned for saying on Twitch. It was for saying women shouldn't be using men's restrooms and men shouldn't be using women's restrooms. That's pretty much the over-under. Whatever. I think it's dumb. I love the original Harry Potters, though. I love, and I'm worried about the TV series. I'm worried about I know Warner Brothers HBO Max is planning to do their big, giant, new Harry Potter TV thing, and I get worried because I know that the movies aren't perfect to the books. What movie is? But I just feel like it's unnecessary, and it's always gonna be looked at, I think, as lesser than the movies. Maybe I'm wrong. Hope I'm wrong. Hope it turns out good. That being said, let me tell you about these 3D Blu-rays. The joke of 3D. So, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows came out right when they were trying to push 3D being in theaters again. And at the same time when they were trying to push, which I wish they still were, 3D on TV and Blu-ray. So, Harry Potter was one of the examples of a movie that was not shot in 3D, but was converted to 3D, post-production conversion to 3D. Now, that is common nowadays. But sometimes it doesn't turn out so hot. And this is one of those early instances of it. The two 3D Harry Potter movies might as well be 2D. The 3D effects just are not there. There's no depth to them at all. They suffer a bit from some blending and some combing. They don't look good. I want these. It hurts because, just like you say, they're your childhood, Kimmy. I want the 3D Blu-rays of Harry Potter. I want those to be top tier. I want those to be the type of 3D that you show off to people because Harry Potter is so beloved. To me, that's the type of thing that you want to show people when you demonstrate 3D. And instead, these 3Ds, they're the type of thing that you can even say ended 3D, because if you were someone who had just at that time, I couldn't understand the book. Well, I'm going to be honest. Kimmy, I'm going to be honest. I've never read the books, and I want to read the books someday. I never have sat down and done it. All I've done is the movie, but I've known that they didn't follow the books, and I've read over the years how they didn't follow the books. It was really just mom mentality. I forgot to read that. I was like, yeah, it was mom mentality. It was. And streamers, in my opinion, the streamers who apologized for playing it, have some pride. I don't have much pride. I'm the guy I got the British version set. Oh, okay. So you got the Philosopher's Stone. Because we're too stupid over here. Nice. I mean, I don't have much pride. I went out here and started moaning everyone's names. It's prettier. I believe it. That. Heck, I can point to issues on Blu-rays where they get better ones too. So yeah, I believe that. I believe that. Well, and when you consider that that's essentially the birthplace of it, then yeah. Hey, Matt in chat. Welcome in, Red. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm still going. We are, we are an hour 40 minutes in, and I am only on the second page of the night. I have been that slow tonight, Red. I have too much pride. The beds modes can't wait to finish my little oh, sweet mercy. Well, if it brings me more audience, I guess okay. Welcome, Bernie. Yes, I have too much pride. Well, that's fine. Well, good. Then at least you won't be apologizing for streaming something. That's what we were talking about. That was too perfect. I make Kimmy work hard. Ain't no way you come in as soon as he says moans. Wow. Yeah, that's good. Bernie has sent Mac the peanut. I sent Matt the peanut. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't ever watched Gintama. So I'm going to take a look at that scene and cringe a bit. Hydration break real quick. I just got here. Yeah, well, don't worry. You haven't missed anything. We're only on the second page. We went off on a lot of tangents, including something I might wind up cutting from the VOD. But I left a link for Araya stream. Oh, okay. Let me go ahead and... yeah, that's right. She's doing the collab tonight with Han and Mari. Let me show her some love. Let me find her. Let me find the page. I'm going to go ahead and post that link. If I can find it. Gosh, my darn page. Whatever. Come on. Is it not working? Okay, there it is. Oh, wow. Okay, so she's going at 10 o'clock. I see. Okay. Matt, share a lore. Yeah, I shared a bunch of lore. Oh, I didn't mean in here. It was on her stream for Mari channel and donut links. Well, let me go ahead real quick but I do want to show her some love. Rhea is the first person, the only person who's ever raided into me. And Han and Mari is a friend of the channel. They are having a collab tonight playing Roblox. So if you get bored hearing me yap, feel free to send them some love. We love sending people we love for something, because love makes world go round. Matt, share a lore. Yeah, I did. Oh, I didn't mean that. Yeah, okay, I did already read that. Yeah, I talked about I did some trauma dumping, and then afterwards I realized, wow, I probably shouldn't be trauma dumping on a stream, or I'm going to be the moaning trauma dumper. So yeah, oh gosh, that has a horrible ring to it. That had a really horrible ring to it. What was I saying? Okay. Harry Potter. So the only thing I'll say about the 3D dumper. Oh no. Why? Thanks, Megs. So the Harry Potter 3D doesn't show off 3D. We would raid you if we got the chance. Yeah, I know that. That's another reason I need to work on my time slots. And if we finish this, hopefully we can raid into her. Hopefully we'll have enough people and we can raid into her, because I want to raid with enough people. I always feel weird. In fact, I'll be honest, because when I raided Sarah the other day, it felt awkward. It did feel awkward, just because it's amazing. And I'm not complaining, but I've got to find, and I said this earlier, and Kimmy was here, you have enough people. Okay, well, good. Well, it'll be a while, though, because I'm going to keep running my mouth. Elite, I thought you were sleeping. It's never awkward, Matt. Well, thank you. I thought you needed, because you only got 2.5, because you've been awake for 2.5 days. Get some sleep, Elite. Come on. I'm not that interesting. I'm not that interesting. Elite is trying to sleep. Yeah, in 2 hours I may sleep. All right, well, whatever. LOL Bernie. No, you can moan and drama dump on me anytime. But oh gosh, I can't believe I missed that. Oh dear. Well, in any case, the truth is, Megs, it was one of those things I thought better about afterwards. I'm thinking about 3-day no sleep. Man. I didn't even do that, and I used to sleep in my office. That was boy, that's another thing. I've talked before about how I left my snowy climates. Okay, this isn't a trauma dump, but let me just tell you one thing. Getting a sleep schedule reset that's a good idea. Sometimes you do need to do that. But, I remember during a blizzard, I had to sleep at my office because they wanted me there to run things in the morning. But I got pissed off later because then I found out, like within the same hour, that everyone else who was supposed to be there early, they bought them hotel rooms. They got them hotel rooms while I had to sleep. In an old comfy chair. It's easier to sleep in the cold. Yeah, well, maybe for you. The truth is that it's actually, I'm weird like that, I think, because I hear that a lot, Red, and it's harder for me to sleep in the cold. I don't know why. But yeah, your head is so cold, it helps you sleep faster. Well, if your head is cold, it helps you sleep faster. Okay, well, I'll buy that. I will, except when sometimes it could get too cold. The problem is I get too cold too easily. Yeah, but one of the things, speaking of raids, one of the things I was mentioning earlier is I need to find some sort of scheduling magic bullet, because I don't expect to have, you know, hundreds of viewers, but I'd like to get my viewer count up, because it's amazing, because subscriber count has been so humbling and so amazing, and I am so thankful for it. But it's weird that it doesn't translate over as well. And I know that's common, because a lot of people, they click subscribe and then they just, you know, they'll watch an occasional short and things like that, which is fine. And I am thankful for everyone who does that. But I do want to work a bit more on somehow getting that viewer count up. Felt cold at night, but it's much harder in the summer. Gotcha. Okay. I hear you. I can't sleep if it's too hot or too cold. That's why I run my AC all the time. Subscriber usually translate to a VOD or short. Yeah, that's what it seems to be, Red. When I look at my numbers, I have seen my view counts of various previous live streams having gone up. Live, you have to grab from other live viewer community. Yeah, I got that, Red. You either gotta get lucky, people see that you're showing something they really want to watch, or you gotta, yeah, yep. Oh, well, enough about that. In any case, Harry Potter, the 3D version. The problem with these is originally they were exclusive. And they weren't exclusive like to a store. They were exclusive with the purchase of a Blu-ray player. Sony, you gotta play Fortnite and Marvel. That might be true. I'm 100% convinced it's your short and video advertising, the 12 streams that led to a spike. It did, and you're absolutely right, Super Shops. Tim grabbed me from the Red Bull Wing short. I don't know if I ever saw the Red Bull Wing short. I'll have to look that up. Well, I've said this before. With a lot of the Lucid former Bond Live folks, I got grabbed just because I started with Rhea because of her debut, which the algorithm just worked. And then from there, it led me to seeing the rest of the people who she was connected with. And also the fact that Sarah just followed me on Twitter out of nowhere, because that's what she does, or at least used to do. I thought she was an art bot. We've talked about that before. So yeah, Harry Potter. The problem with the 3D Harry Potters is they were originally exclusive with the purchase of Sony, I think it was just with Sony Blu-ray 3D players and or TVs. So, oh, you came for the genital jousting. I don't think that was the first one that I don't remember that being in the debut, but I do remember that. I remember that title. I don't remember that stream, but that title sounds so familiar, Red. Oh my gosh. That sounds so familiar, and I think I missed that stream. I think that was one of hers that I missed. Because I remember she started with the Saving the Princess, whatever it was, the black and white story-based game. I remember she started with that. I was traumatized. I'll have to look that up if it's still in VODs and hasn't been, I was kidnapped and sit through it. Nice. Yeah, so the Harry Potters, boy, tangents all over the place. Harry Potter 3Ds, they were originally exclusive with Sony 3D Blu-ray players, but then you factor in that they are horrible 3D Blu-rays. You're better off watching the 2D. So what do you think's going to kill 3D? If you're someone who goes and spends maybe $1,000 at that time on a 3D TV, or more probably. Oh, who do we get? Citra Permatasari just subscribed. Welcome. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Thank you for the subscribe. Welcome into the back library. I'm Madamus, and I have been yapping about Blu-rays for almost 3 hours now, and not sure. Yeah, and we're only on. I've only gotten through one page tonight, so yeah, I'm hoping you're enjoying things. We do a lot of gaming streams. Tomorrow we'll be doing gaming for anyone who's lurking. Tomorrow we're playing Karate Survivor for the first time, and then we will be playing, or not playing, on Friday I will be doing a cozy reading stream of The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, which is cold read, first time. We'll see how it works. YouTube is okay with PP, Twitch no PP. Twitch isn't okay with anything. Twitch, I was just reading, going back to the comments we were making about Harry Potter and about J.K. Rowling, there was something that I reposted. There was some VTuber who she said she was, I think it was a she, but I'll say it was a she if it wasn't, oops. She said she was joking, but I mean, it's not really a joke. What you like, you like. It said something along the lines of, I'm afraid of girls, I'm only into guys, something like that. And she wound up getting her whole, it was just an off the cuff, I'm more into men than into women. And she was flagged for hate speech and banned permanently. Indefinite suspension, no appeal, nothing. That's insane. I don't know what they're doing over there at Twitch, but that's insane. I think K-Son got banned recently on Twitch. Really? Okay. I don't know if I've really watched K-Son, but I know that name. Yeah, you need to sleep, Elite. Please. Sleep. Twitch is not right in the mind. Yeah, and you know what? This bothers me because I know that the VTuber Awards or something that happened. The Twitch CEO showed up with his own model, and I didn't watch the thing, but I was just thinking, I'm sorry, my attitude would have been, you're not welcome here. Make Matt your new sleep. Never sleep on Matt. Oh dear, sweet mercy. I know you didn't mean it that way, but that just rolled off the tongue odd. Never sleep on Matt. Well, that's kind of what I'm going for with the reading stream. Not a direct ASMR, but it'll be something like that. I think one of the staff is a Twitch hater. Gotcha, yeah. Could be. I'm waiting for my food. We'll sleep in hour for real this time. Well, good. I would say we'll hold you to it, but there's no way we can. Well, I mean, if you really... Dude, Omegs, no banning and going against VTubers. Yeah. I'm just not into Twitch in general as a platform. I don't like something where your VODs aren't permanently preserved. YouTube has its problems, and I've said this before, I think the best alternative would probably be Rumble, but the problem with Rumble is always going to be associated with political stuff. There's just no way around it at this point. They can hype their gaming stuff. They've got apparently insane latency, lack of VOD preservation sucks. Yeah, they've got insane gaming latency, and chat latency over there is practically non-existent at Rumble. But right or wrong, Rumble is always going to be viewed as a platform for political talking heads, because that's where they wound up going when they were banned from YouTube. And that's unfortunate. I mean, it's not unfortunate that they're over there, because everyone I don't believe in deplatforming. I am against deplatforming, and I'm against YouTube or anyone doing that. But it's sad that it has led another platform that could be a great alternative being sort of pigeonholed, where people are always going to see it like that. Because I've never been on Rumble, but I've never streamed on there, obviously, but I've watched some stuff on there, and the platform's nice. Yeah, it sucks. VOD expiring is weird. I don't understand that unless they're trying to keep their server expenses down. That's my only guess, is it's a bottom line thing, Red. And if that's the case, it makes you wonder if YouTube is ever going to put a limit, like you're only allowed to have X number of VODs, and once you take up a certain amount of bandwidth, we start deleting, unless you start deleting it. And I just thought of that, and I hope that never happens, but the way the world, who knows? Yeah, so Harry Potter. We were talking about Harry Potter. Yeah, if you're someone who bought a $1,000 TV and then you bought a $500 Blu-ray player for the 3D, and then that's the Blu-ray that you got included is Harry Potter, and you can't tell the 3D hardly at all, then 3D's dead to you. Amazon got money. It's just an excuse. Amazon's got the money, but from what I understand, Red, and maybe this is an old articles, but I had read some stuff where they were sort of pulling up some of their stakes and cutting staff at Twitch because it was not profitable to them, because it's turning out to be more of an unprofitable thing. And, or it's not making, or maybe if it is profitable, it's not making the level that they want. $500 Blu-ray just to get a PS5. Yeah. Well, but in any case, even let's just say, with Blu-ray and Blu-ray 3D, it would have, you could have bought a PS3 played Blu-ray 3D. So in any case, you buy a PS3, you buy a $1,000 3D TV, so that you get this free Harry Potter movie. This is when you, again, when they were exclusive. Later on, they released them, and I bought them, and I've only watched them in this version the one time, because you get all this, and then Harry Potter doesn't, the 3D, it doesn't even like jump out at you. You're not going to be interested in 3D anymore. You're just not. I mean, maybe you'll give it a second chance, but that's hard when your first experience is that bad, and they are that bad. The two Harry Potter 3D Blu-rays are that bad. And by the way, one last thing I'll point out about that. Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, from what I understand, the last act of it was converted to 3D in some theaters, so there were a Harry Bluter, Harry Bluter. It was shown partially in 3D in theaters when they were trying to gin up 3D, and the last act of the Half-Blood Prince was converted to 3D for a 3D segment in theaters. Sadly, that never made it to the Blu-ray, obviously, because you can bet your ass I would have picked that up. Haven't you heard I'm Sakamoto? Nothing to say about this except it's the anime series itself is okay. It's not my favorite. It's memeable a little, but the box, at this time, the gift box, I remember Sentai was clearing them out for like $10, so I can't resist a giant box set for that. And it included a pair of socks. I've never worn the socks, but it includes a pair of special socks. Sakamoto socks. Heavy Metal, I don't think there's anything I need to say about this one, except that when I bought this, it was a Best Buy exclusive, and eventually it was then released generally. Unlike the Best Buy exclusive of the 60s Casino Royale. That remained, even though it's easy to find, that remained Best Buy exclusive technically. Okay, Hellboy. Hellboy, I liked Hellboy. I liked both of the Hellboys with Ron Perlman. I thought the two Hellboys, even though the second one fell off, I thought that was great. Sakamoto Days, can't wait for that anime. Is there another one? Okay. I didn't know there was going to be another one. Now I'm looking forward to it. Because that was one of the things. I'll tell you what got me about Haven't You Heard I'm Sakamoto. I felt like it ran out of steam, especially when it got to the OVA episode, because the OVA episode just was the first episode again, but with anime figures drawn as if he was going to college in America, so they all looked American. The OVA in this was just, it was a waste of an OVA. I mean, OVAs are just extra anyway, but still. Okay, Hellboy. Yeah, I enjoyed both the Hellboys. No, in a different franchise. Okay, never mind. Well, I'll have to look into it. Never mind. Haven't you heard I'm Sakamoto? Okay, this was your swan song. I thought maybe there was going to be more. I was kind of hopeful maybe it would get better. Maybe the manga was really good. Okay, Hellboy, couple things to say about these. First of all, the first one, the Blu-ray, is the director's cut only. It does not include the theatrical cut. You can't see with mine. Technically, mine does include the theatrical cut. There was a Walmart exclusive edition which had the DVD of the theatrical cut, included a Blu-ray 3D combo, but or a Blu-ray DVD combo, but it had the theatrical cut on DVD. It a former top hitman assassin marry a store clerk and become a house husband, and his past life caught up with him. That sounds good. Some good fights. That sounds good. Okay, so it's basically sort of like The Long Kiss Goodnight. Okay, that's except reverse genders. That sounds interesting. I'll have to look in. I'll keep my eyes open for that. That sounds good. One unfortunate thing about this, and whenever I get to DVDs, we'll cover it. The director's cut on DVD was released as a giant 3-disc set with 2 discs full of special features in a fancy box. The Blu-ray only carried over a handful of those features. So sadly, Blu-ray's missing most of the extras, and they've never done a collector's edition. Plus, this is a really old Blu-ray. You could tell that this is an early Blu-ray because it's got the banner at the bottom for Experience High Definition. Gotta go. Alrighty, Red. Thanks for stopping in. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Ray is starting. I would say give her my best, but that would be weird. Glad she's feeling better. Thanks. Hopefully, if we got enough people, we'll see about raiding in there later. Unless I'm yapping until like 3 in the morning. Have a good night, Red. Hellboy 2, nothing much to say about that. It's Hellboy 2. Again, early Blu-ray, as you can tell by the perfect high-def movie experience. The Helpful Fox Senko-san. This is just a cutesy anime that I really liked. I don't know what to say about it. Guy who's overworked, a little fox goddess, basically shows up in his house, or his apartment to help him relax and cook his dinners. I want that to happen to me. I'd like a little cutesy fox goddess to show up and just cook my dinner. That's horrible. That's actually quite horrible when I think about it. I need a fox slave. Can someone please can we please bring back slavery but only have it for cutesy animals? Thanks. Sweet mercy. Okay, the Herbie series. The first one isn't here. The first one's later on in the L's. I like Kukuri-san. I don't think I've heard of that. I don't think I've heard of that one. Trying to start Pal World in your head, kid. This was before Pal World, thankfully. But yeah, pretty much. The other, okay, Herbie, this is some of them. When we get to L's, we'll see the Love Bug. A lot of people think the first movie was called Herbie the Love Bug. It wasn't. It was just called The Love Bug, so it's under L. All of the Herbie movies, sadly, on Blu-ray are Disney Movie Club exclusives. So that means they're out of print now. Here we've got movies 2, 3, 4, and 5-ish. There's one missing. I'll come back to that. Herbie Rides Again. Herbie Goes to Monte Carlo. Herbie Goes Bananas. And the one with Lindsay Lohan. Herbie Fully Loaded. I actually thought Herbie Fully Loaded was... now, I haven't watched in years. And I haven't watched this Blu-ray either. I haven't watched it... yeah, for years. I didn't think it was bad. I know it didn't do that. I don't think it did that good theatrically, but... it wasn't bad. I think the thing that was the weirdest was like on the artwork where it looked like they gave Herbie eyelashes. Yeah, Herbie was fun to watch. Yeah, and the original Love Bug is the king, definitely. Now, the one I will say that's missing is there was a made-for-TV remake pseudo-reboot remake of the Love Bug starring Bruce Campbell. That's not on Blu-ray. And that needs to be on Blu-ray because starring Bruce Campbell. Sadly, now these wouldn't have any special features. Disney Movie Club releases never have special features, unfortunately, and that sucks for when we get to The Love Bug, because The Love Bug was a 2-disc DVD loaded with extras. It was one of their Vault Disney series, which they quickly dropped and they just renamed it a special edition, but it was a really loaded disc. Herbie Fully Loaded, I'm not going to say it was fully loaded, but it had quite a few special features. Nothing transferred over. I don't understand Disney with their movie club exclusive, but they're, with very few exceptions, they're almost always bare bones. These are bare bones. They look good, bare bones. Hercules, Lou Ferrigno and Hercules. If you were here for my first back library stream, you heard me talk about the Hercules movies. You heard me talk about, because the second one is called The Adventures of Hercules 2, and you heard me blabber on and on about how the second movie, actor Lou Ferrigno didn't even know he was starring in it. He was supposed to be in something else, and they convinced him that he was doing reshoots for that, but he was actually shooting footage for a second Hercules movie without being told, so that they wouldn't have to pay him the full amount. They could just pay him scale. They could just pay him for the reshoots. So they just shot all these scenes around him and never referred to him as Hercules at any point when he's on camera, which is the funniest story of Hollywood sleaziness I can think of. It's amazing. What else? Okay, other Hercules stuff. Okay, these are the 2 Reg Park. In Italy, with all the Hercules, these are actual Hercules, not Maciste, but Hercules films that were made in Italy. There were 2 starring a guy called Reg Park. One of them is technically in public domain, this first one. The second one isn't, but a lot of fun. You got Hercules and the Captive Women, which, yeah. Hercules and the Captive Women is, I like this movie. It's just fun. And Hercules in the Haunted World, also quite fun. I'm trying to think, wasn't there another one? Was there another one with him? Or am I losing my mind? Am I losing my mind here? Okay, I'm not losing my mind. I am not losing my mind. I'm going to have to look it up later. So there's 3 Hercules movies with a Reg Park, and it's a weird thing, and I don't remember the name of the other one. But there was a 3rd movie where they shot some new footage with him as Hercules, and then they recycled a bunch of stuff from Captive Women and from Hercules in the Haunted World. But those are both fun movies. And I don't think that other one is included with either of them. Yeah, I don't remember what it was called. In any case, this one's from, is it Film Masters? I think it's, or Film Detective, or is it Film Masters? I know no one cares, but I care. Let me see. The Film Detective. It was, they mainly deal in public domain stuff that they get, that they go beyond the public domain and restore properly. They did the same thing with Fist of Fear, Touch of Death. And Kino did the Hercules in the Haunted World, because that's one that is not public domain. And it's also a Mario Bava film. It says Mario Bava Collection. He did a lot of the Italian horror movies that are super colorful. And this is a very colorful, a lot of use of color in Hercules Haunted World. Hanna-Barbera's The Herculoids. This is one of their 60s series, the Alex Toth stuff. Alex Toth used to do a lot of comic book designs, and they had him design a lot of their comic book stuff like Space Ghost, the original Space Ghost, and Birdman. And the Herculoids is, I don't know how to describe it. You got some, a family of Conan-like people and their pets that fight things. Here Comes Peter Cottontail. I gotta mention this one for a reason. I don't want to go title by title, which I know I'm doing a lot tonight, but this one I do have to mention because it's a botched Blu-ray and I keep it for the DVD. Hold on, I missed a comment there. Matt, reality is harsh. Which one was I? Oh. Okay, I must have missed something. Sorry. I was talking about Peter. Here comes Peter Cottontail. I'm losing my mind, folks. I'm losing it. I need to start Sleeping Zone 2. The Fox. Ah, the Fox. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Thank you. Oh, sweet mercy. Oh, excuse me. I need to cough. Still recovering this throat. Not a good idea to do giant yap sections yet. Here we are. Thanks, Elite. Here comes Peter Cottontail. I need to mention this one just because Universal and classic media screwed everyone. For some reason, for this Blu-ray, they used instead of doing a new transfer or a complete transfer, they used their existing HD TV version. This is one of the Rankin Bass Easter specials. As far as I know, Rankin Bass, who did all your classic Christmas stuff, they did 3 Easter specials. This is one of them. This is probably I would say this is probably the biggest one, the best one. And they opted, instead of doing a new HD transfer or without doing any looking into anything, they decided to use the HD transfer that was used for HD TV. Well, number one, it's 1080i, not 1080p, so it's not full HD. Number two, the current high definition television version is edited for television. It is cut by like 10 minutes. So this Blu-ray is also cut by 10 minutes. So why would I even have something like that in the back library? Well, the answer is because of, if you look at the top of it and it says Blu-ray plus DVD. While the Blu-ray is cut, the DVD is a slightly earlier remastered version that is uncut, which is better quality than previous DVD I had. So the DVD is standard definition and uncut. The Blu-ray is not full high definition and cut. And Universal has never fixed that. And they never will. It's going to take, I don't think they ever will. It's going to take going to another company. And part of the problem that you run in with Rankin Bass is there's so many companies own so many different ones. I want to say between the 3 Easter movies, I know Warner Brothers owns one. Warner Brothers might own the other 2. Yeah, I want to say it's Warner. Hydration break, by the way. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. Moving on. Warner Archive edition of The Hidden. I don't even remember it that much. It was a fun alien movie, taking people, living inside of other people's bodies type thing. Clint Eastwood, High Plains Drifter. This is, there's a couple editions. There is a Universal edition that doesn't look so hot. This is the first Kino version, which looks good, and I think it's from a 2K scan. There is a newer edition that's from a 4K scan and a 4K disc also, but to me, this is fine. Highlander and Highlander 2. Okay, well, first of all, Highlander is such an unfortunate franchise, and I know there's a remake coming out with Henry Cavill. I hate that they're remaking it, though, but Highlander is really an unfortunate franchise, because it's a franchise where, well, first of all, the others aren't available on Blu-ray, at least in the US, and there are 5 theatrical movies. The problem is these 5 theatrical movies are all kind of at odds. And I think that sort of starts, part of that's because of the TV series, and part of that is also because of Highlander 2's history. I'll save that for a moment. Highlander, this is the 2nd edition. This is it's a 25th or 30th anniversary edition. Can't read it. 30th anniversary edition. There is a 4K version out now. This is the director's cut. The previous Blu-ray which doesn't look as good, was also the director's cut. The theatrical cut is not available on Blu-ray. I don't know why. I think you can get it online streaming though, it's weird that you can't get it on Blu-ray. I like the director's cut better. I do like the extended scenes. There's really not too much to say about it. It looks good. It's nothing super special. Doesn't have maybe all the features everyone would want. I will say about it, Music-wise, there was, and I don't own it anymore. I used to have it that I picked up $5 on clearance somewhere. I wish I had kept it, but once I went Blu-ray, I sold it off. There was a DVD release from Anchor Bay that was a limited edition. It had like it wasn't a steelbook, it had an aluminum sleeve that went around it. But the neat thing about it was it had a second disc which had the only special features that were on it, it was the 3 Queen music videos that were done for Highlander. So it was just a collection of 3 music videos from the 80s that were all done with Queen with their music, and they were all basically promoting Highlander in their music video. Highlander 2. Y'all familiar with the history of Highlander 2? Because damn. Highlander 2 is one of those, it could have been a contender. The problem with Highlander 2 is they ran, so Highlander was made a big smash. Highlander 2 comes along and they want to make a bigger smash, so they're spending more and they're shooting big, and they ran out of time and money. They went over. And so the investors, instead of the film investors, you know, either looking to peddle more money or just saying finish it with what you have or whatever, they took the movie away and they cut it and they put it in theater. They had the effects finished themselves and they put it in theaters themselves. And the result was, first of all, you got effects that didn't match color-wise the color they were supposed to be, and didn't match the other colors that were going on in the scenes. Specifically, the sky in it is red, but if you look at the reflections, there's always like more of a grayish blue on everyone. No one's reflecting anything red, because it was supposed to be like a blue, not like a dark blue, but like this weird murky blue looking sky. So that's the first problem. Second of all, they edited it together as a monster Frankenstein job. They put it in a sequential order that didn't work because it was supposed to jump back and forth a little bit. They took scenes from the middle of it, of a fight scene, and tacked them onto the ending so that you got characters just randomly changing their clothes as they're chasing after each other. And then you got the part of the original storyline, because the original storyline, they had introduced this idea that the immortals were actually aliens, which wasn't necessarily a great idea. And it didn't have much of an ending. And there was stuff, obviously, that hadn't been shot, so it had problems with that, too. So that's where the Renegade Edition and the Special Edition come in, and this is where it gets better and then it gets worse. So the Renegade version happened in Laserdisc VHS era. Excuse me. They someone came out, I think it was Artisan Productions, Lion Gates. They basically said, "Hey, can you finish the movie? I mean, we're not going to give you a big budget, but can you fix it? Can you finish it?" So they gave him the money to re-edit it, not to add any special effects, but to re-edit it and to shoot one key scene that was missing. And so that became known as the Renegade Edition, and they also, with that edition, they took out that version. They took out the idea of them being aliens, and they changed it with. It made it more like maybe the past of Earth a long, long time ago was more advanced. Excuse me. I've said I'm still suffering from a cold, so, and I say that every week. Maybe someday I'll take, rest and heal. So you got a version that was better, but it clearly still was unfinished. Okay. Then comes the story of the Special Edition and the uncompleted Special Edition. And that's where this Blu-ray is, and it is, I don't know what to say. So they basically pour in the money. They decide, we're going to finish it properly. We're going to put in all the special effects that weren't completed properly. We're going to fix all of them. We're going to rescan the film elements. We're going to make this the final definitive version of Highlander 2. Well, they must have gotten partway through it when the rug got pulled out from under them. Because what you have with this special edition is all of the special effects have been redone and fixed, but they didn't rescan the film. And those special effects are overlaid in some cases over standard definition footage that has been upscaled from the master that was created for Laserdisc. So you've got scenes in this with beautiful new special effects of the sky, the murky sky, matched up against live footage that has jagged edges all over from where it's been upscaled, and it couldn't be upscaled. It couldn't be done, especially not then, because this is like 2002 or something like that. And then add to it that there's a few seconds of footage, I say a few, like maybe 30 seconds that's inexplicably missing near the ending. So what you've got here is a version of Highlander 2 that arguably... Oh, and then also, there was a line of dialogue in the... which is a sussy line that I'm not going to repeat, but it was in the Renegade version. It was boosted in the Renegade version so that you can hear it, and suddenly in this version you can't hear it again. It's back to the way it was in the theatrical cut, where you couldn't hear what Sean Connery was saying. That's the thing too, some Sean Connery footage was cut because they couldn't get him coming back to doing a reshoot. Sean Connery wasn't interested. Apparently, obviously. I mean, it seems obvious. Or they probably couldn't afford him. So yeah, you've got a version which is arguably better than the Renegade version in some ways, but worse in others, and still is not complete. And I don't know that we're ever going to get a finished Highlander 2. And likewise, the theatrical cut and an alternate television cut that exists, those aren't on Blu-ray in the States. I want to say the theatrical cut might be available in Japan if you actually want that. Yeah, I know I'm kind of a lot about this one, because there's so much and I can't say it all. But yeah, Highlander 2's incomplete. It remains incomplete. It's gonna remain incomplete until someone picks it up and finishes it. I'd love to see it get picked up by someone like Arrow, because Arrow does good stuff, and Arrow be willing to sink in the money to finish Highlander 2. The problem too is Highlander 2 has such a stigma around it as one of the worst movies, as a total failure of a sequel, that no one wants to spend money on it, because even though it could be okay, it's never going to be as good as the original, but even though it could be a great movie, and it could be a great movie, you look at what's there, you look at this version, and it makes sense, and it could be a great movie. But because it was a flop, no one wants to pour the money into it because they don't think anyone's gonna pick it up. And I don't know, I think that's wrong-headed. I think if you pour, I'm not saying pour millions of dollars into it, but I think if you pour just a little bit into it to polish it up, I think you're going to get that back. And that's the same argument I've made before with Star Trek V, which we'll get to Star Trek V. If we ever get to the S's someday, we will get to Star Trek V, because I am a Star Trek V apologetic. I defend Star Trek V, and I believe that Paramount has made the wrong decision with that over and over again. Emoto Umara-chan. I love Emoto Umara-chan. This is such a fun series, and it's become so memeable. It's become in so many memes. This is a wonderful anime. I actually have a brand new copy of the limited edition, but the limited edition is in a giant hamster outfit case, which I thought was going to be small enough to sit on a shelf, and instead it's huge. So I decided I'd just, maybe someday, if I can ever resell it, I will, and just keep the standard edition. Yeah. That being said, the follow-up series, Emoto Umara-chan R, it's good, but it's not as good. It's not as funny. The humor's not there. It doesn't hit. It's got some good stuff, but it doesn't hit. History of the World Part 1. If you have never seen this, see this, please. History of the World Part 1 from Mel Brooks, guy who brought you Blazing Saddles, and the producers. to me, this is, I know a lot of people say Spaceballs. I don't know, Spaceballs for me hits some ways, misses others. To me, History of the World is his top three. To me, his top three, Mel Brooks were the producers. I mean, and when I say the producers, I mean the original version with Gene Wilder and Zero Mostel. I do not mean the musical version. Spaceballs is the greatest. I like don't get me wrong, I like Spaceballs. But if I had to pick my favorite Mel Brooks movies, it would probably come in number 4. It would come in behind The Producers, Blazing Saddles, and History of the World Part 1. History of the World Part 1 fits, it hits the notes for me. And there's so much in it that I still reuse to this day. I still use its jokes. The joke, when I come out there and say that, when I say this in any chat, and I can get away with it because I'll steal the joke because no one recognizes it. When I say in any chat and someone brings up French and I say, I haven't said it to Eva because I know she'd probably ban me. Whenever I say, that's Eva Daimonia, if you don't know who she is a streamer with Lucid, fun to watch. I always use this line that French is just English with a Maurice Chevalier accent. That came from this movie where there's a whole sequence where they talk about how we don't have a language. We just have this stupid accent. We all sound like Maurice Chevalier. Oh. That's where I got that from. So, and I'm smart enough not to say that in Eva's chat. But yeah, I love History of the World Part 1. And Spaceballs is good. And don't worry, I do have Spaceballs, so that is in here. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. This is one of the earliest Blu-rays released, if you couldn't tell by the cover with that beyond high definition giant banner that's on it. Man, I thought this was so well done. I thought Disney, because this was through Disney. I guess it was through their Touchstone arm or Miramax or something. I thought this was really good. And I am sad that it didn't do well in theaters, so we never got any follow-ups. Because from what I understood, it was meant to launch the whole franchise, culminating with Restaurant and the End of the Universe. Oh, and my apologies to anyone who's French. If I offended you, please don't unsubscribe for the French language joke. You don't have to think it's funny, but you have to know it's a joke. Yeah. Hydration break. The Hobbit, nothing much to say about these. These are the extended versions of the Hobbit movies, and they're the 3D versions. Now, I know the Hobbit movies are sort of they've become a lover them or hate them. I'm sort of torn in between. I don't hate them. I enjoy them. But I also recognize that it was a mistake and a half to make The Hobbit into 3 movies because it was just padding it out. The Hobbit, I can excuse making it 2 movies. It should not have been 3 movies. Holiday Inn, I actually haven't watched this one. This is something I picked up in a bin, I think, for $1, and I haven't watched it. I was going to watch it this Christmas and didn't get around to it. The only thing I'm going to say about Holiday Inn is the Blu-ray, and it doesn't say this on the Blu-ray packaging, as far as I know. At least on this edition. It includes both the black and white and a colorized version. I'm not big on colorizing, but if one exists that's colorized, I'm glad they included it. Home Alone, this is the first edition. It's since been reissued with a better transfer, but to me, Home Alone looks just fine. Home Alone 2 also just looks just fine. Home Alone, though, I absolutely hate that this Blu-ray is called the Family Fun Edition. That is the dumbest special edition name, and to me that just makes your product sound like it's geared towards little kids and not to be taken seriously. Yeah. Home Alone 1 and 2, yeah. Yeah. And as far as I know, I could be wrong, Kimmy. I do not think, and that's fine with me because I thought they sucked. I don't think the other Home Alones have ever been released to Blu-ray. I think they are all still stuck on DVD. And when I say other Home Alones, I don't know if everyone realizes that there are 5 of these MFers. There was a third one that went to theaters and bombed because it wasn't about Kevin McAllister. I don't think it was about him. It was about another kid, I think, and it just was odd. Then there was a 4th and a 5th one which were made for TV, and oh, man, they were painful. I forced myself to watch those, and those were Home Alone 1 and 2 are great. Home Alone 3, I can, accept it. I didn't know that. I watched it on Disney. Gotcha. I don't even know if Disney acknowledges the other ones. I don't think even, yeah, Disney has them now because they got 20th Century Fox. I think Disney, despite Disney's record of bad decisions, I don't even think they acknowledge the rest of the Home Alones. And Malcolm McDowell was in one of them, I think. In fact, I think one of them had, of all people, here's a random name, which people probably, I don't know if anyone remembers French Stewart. I think French Stewart was in one of them. I don't even remember who French Stewart was, but I remember that name. Now, I remember there was a time when French Stewart was a thing. John Wayne in Hondo. The only thing I have to mention about this is, if you've never seen Hondo, it's one of the better John Wayne movies, and unfortunately, this is a missed opportunity on Blu-ray, and it's a missed opportunity and a half. Hondo was a 3D movie. Hondo is the only John Wayne movie shot in 3D. There was a big 3D restoration that was done for Hondo. Wait, did you have Elf? No, I don't have Elf, and I just saw Elf recently. This Christmas was the first Christmas I saw Elf. I'd sort of passed on it for years. I gotta go back and watch. No, I don't have Elf. This Christmas was my first Christmas seeing Elf. I missed it for years, and I missed it because I'm hot and cold with Will Ferrell. That was my reason. And the truth is, I should have watched it for James Caan. And if I don't think I realized James Caan was in it. If I'd known he was in it, I probably would have gone ahead and watched it. Will Ferrell, I'm hot and cold toward. I like the original Anchorman, which I do have, but yeah, I'm hot and cold on him. But yeah, so I have seen Elf. As of this past Christmas, I've seen it, but no, I don't have it yet. Hondo was shot 3D. There was a big, extensive 3D restoration done of it, which was put back into like the Chinese theater in California. There is even a special feature on this Blu-ray, and I think on the DVD, with critic Leonard Maltin talking about it being a 3D movie and its history with 3D. The 3D version is not on Blu-ray. The 3D version is not available for purchase. They spent a bunch of money restoring the 3D version of Hondo, and other than putting it in a few theaters, shelved it. I don't get it. In fact, when Kino struck their Paramount deal recently, because they've released a lot of Paramount stuff now, I thought, because Kino was sort of known for working with 3D Archive and releasing a bunch of 3D movies, and they still are, I thought we were going to get Hondo 3D. We never got Hondo 3D. In fact, I think the only John Wayne movie they've done is recently, and that's Hatari, which I don't remember Hatari very well. Horror of Dracula. This is a Hammer film. This is the first Hammer Dracula film. It is, this is a British okay. So, Horror of Dracula, there are 3 versions. There is the American United States cut, which is Horror of Dracula. There is the British cut, which is identical, except it's called Dracula. And then there is an uncut version, which I guess was only released in Japan back in the day. And it's just slightly longer. Warner Archive Blu-ray looks fine, but it is based on a British Film Institute restoration. I say it looks fine. It looks okay. It doesn't look the best, but it looks okay. It's from the Dracula print, even though the cover says Horror of Dracula. That's fine. The extended version is now available on Blu-ray. I think there's I don't know if it's an Australian Blu-ray or a German or a UK Blu-ray. The point is there's a Blu-ray of it. Sadly, we didn't get it here. And hopefully that'll change someday. Horror of Frankenstein, not much to say about this. This is the only Frankenstein that did not have Peter Cushing. It's of Hammer. This is a Hammer Frankenstein. It's one of their later films, 1970s. It's one of the only films directed by Jimmy Sangster, now that I'm noticing it. And he used to write a lot of their thrillers. Horror of Frankenstein, it's a prequel to the Frankensteins, but as such, and it's also like a soft reboot, but it didn't do much to relaunch the franchise. I'm not a fan. It's not bad, but I don't know. Hammer's Frankenstein stuff, just outside of the first two, they just never clicked. Now, I know I've said that earlier. Horse Soldiers, John Wayne movie. I think this Blu-ray looks fine. I know there's a newer transfer of it out. Nothing much to say about that. Hound of the Baskervilles, the Sherlock Holmes movie. This is the Hammer Sherlock Holmes movie. Hammer Films made one Sherlock Holmes movie, the one that they thought they could make into a horror. Peter Cushing had starred as Sherlock Holmes in various television productions for years, so the fact that they were able to put Peter Cushing in it, perfect. It has Christopher Lee in it also, perfect. Andre Morell is in it. I know I'm dropping names a lot you don't recognize probably, but they were big names in Britain during this time period. This is a top tier, again, Hammer film. This is probably, again, top 5 Hammer films. Unfortunately, it sure ain't top 5 Blu-rays. This is the 3rd edition, I think. Or no, this is the 2nd edition on Blu-ray. Comes from Sandpiper Pictures. First one was from Twilight Time, which they are a really exclusive label. They used an older transfer, and they had some special features, at least with it, like audio commentaries, but that was about it. Sandpiper Pictures one has no special features except the trailer, and it uses the same transfer, and it's just not a great transfer. Does it look better than DVD? Sure. But it's sad because this really is top tier Hammer, and it is mid or lower tier Blu-ray. The other Hound of the Baskervilles here. So this is an interesting one. I just want to mention it briefly. This Hound of the Baskervilles is a comedy starring Dudley Moore and Peter Cook. Only 5.8 stars. A lot of people don't like this. Some of the jokes hit really well. Others are really a miss. I think it's worth seeing. I think this Hound of the Baskervilles, the funny moments are really, really funny. Comedy is subjective. In my opinion, there are some parts of this that land incredibly well, like portraying Sherlock Holmes as almost a grifter, where he's just, instead of solving these, he's basically pointing out the obvious, and he doesn't really want to do any work, and he just wants to get paid. And yeah, worth your time. It's worth seeing. It's probably not worth buying for most people. Is your list public? There's like 90%. I don't know. Yes, if you want to take a look at the list, let me see if I can get a link. I think it will, yeah, let me take the page out. Let me see. Yeah, if you want to take a look at the list, it's on Blu-ray.com. Sure. Now I will say it's got a DVD section. The DVD section I need to, whoops, that's not the right. Okay, I copied it on the wrong, oh gosh, I am stupid. All right, I gotta open up my YouTube on here. and open up my Bone broadcast in here to post it. That's the problem with using a dual PC system. Okay. Live. Okay, this is it. Let me mute that. That was even worse. Ugh. Okay. Boom. There's the link if you want to take a look at it. The DVD section hardly has anything in it because I need to go through all my DVDs and catalog them before I ever go over them. I'd pretty much only gotten all my Blu-rays on here. Yeah, I did talk about GOG before. Okay, so Hound of the Baskervilles, worth your time. What else? Okay, these I can fly through pretty quick. House, it's a horror movie starring William Catt. They made 4 of these, and as far as I know, only the first one and the 4th one are connected, and even that is just shoestring connection. Yeah. But the original House, it's fun, it's halfway, I call it a horror comedy. It's a horror comedy. It doesn't take itself too seriously. It's basically a guy goes into a house, his son, the house is like evil and possessed, and it's stolen his son, and now he's staying there trying to figure out where his son is, and he keeps getting like roped into other dimensions and stuff in the process. So it's interesting. I think it's fun. Okay, House of Dark Shadows. Okay, this is, if you're familiar with Dark Shadows, before Tim Burton did his Dark Shadows movie, there was a long-running TV series of Dark Shadows. And when I say long-running because it was basically a soap opera. What about House MD? No, sadly, I do not have any Dr. House. I don't have any, and the truth is, I've probably only seen a handful of episodes over the years. Never saw that much of it. House of Dark Shadows, only things to say about, yeah, I know. House of Dark Shadows, movie based on the TV series of Dark Shadows, or one of the story arcs. It's based on the vampire story arc, because I guess it had like a werewolf story arc and stuff. Starring the original cast of Dark Shadows. It basically takes like a year or 2 worth of soap opera and condenses it into a movie that's under 2 hours. It is decent, but it moves a bit too fast, so you can't really get, there's just not enough character development. And the weird thing is, it doesn't feel like it was designed for just fans of the TV series, though, in the same breath, because whereas the TV series was very television, the movie is, it doesn't have nudity, but the movie is quite R in terms of like blood at the time. I mean, it's not the best examples, but yeah. But it's a Dan Curtis production. Dan Curtis used to do some good low rent horror stuff, some of which we're going to come to later that I really like. Okay, House of the Long Shadows, not much to say here except this is the second release, which added subtitles and added a really long documentary. This is a horror movie, half horror parody. The bad thing about this is it's really not that great. It's not that original of a story, and it's sort of, without giving too much away, it sort of has the generic was all just a dream type ending, but not, or like it was all being written as a storybook thing, without spoiling it too much. Let's just say it's generic. What made it interesting is the cast. Now it's a canon film, so there you go. There, you've been warned. It's a canon film. They basically tried to shove in as many still living horror movie icons as they could, or a bunch of them. They wanted all the ones that Canon Films was a company that they loved movies, and so they wanted to make the movies that they loved watching. They'd see the Golden and Globus, I've said this before, they'd go to a theater, they'd see a movie, and they'd say, oh, we've got to make that, and they'd make a ripoff half the time. Well, and sometimes that went really badly. Just wait until we get to Ninja 3, The Domination. Oh my gosh, it's amazing and bad. House of the Long Shadows. What makes it interesting is the cast. Vincent Price, Christopher Lee, Peter Cushing, John Carradine. Horror icons, all four, from Universal, from suggest nice slice of life or romance manga to read. I won't read it, no, though. I don't know. The truth is, Elite, I haven't read hardly any manga. I've never read much manga. Most of the only, I would even put in that category, stuff I've read have been comic book graphic novels of DC. I've never really been into manga. And I think it's one of those things where I look at it and there's just so much. Now, if you're as far as anime, I'm sure I could point to some slice of life ones in here. Flying Witch was okay. You can animate too. Slice of life, slice of life, slice of life. Flying Witch was okay, kind of boring. I consider it slice of life, even though it's not with school life, but we'll be coming to it. Hyoka. I don't know on stuff that I've passed. Watched it. Gotcha. I don't know. I guess I'll just have to see as I come to it, because I can't remember off the top of my head. I watch a lot of the school life comedy stuff. As far as slice of life, I don't know if I've got a bunch. I'll try to, hopefully we come to something. I don't know if we've passed anything. We passed Flying Witch. That's the only one I could think of that we passed. Rom-com ones. Well, rom-coms, I mean, the obvious to me is the original Urusei Yatsura, but that goes beyond rom-com. Gosh, I'm trying to think of rom-coms. And everything is so... I think most of my stuff is pretty basic and well-known, a lot of it. So my list is up at 400 plus in anime and 1,000 plus in manga. Wow! Aoharu Ride. I don't know if I don't know if I know which one that is. Kimmy watched it. Okay. I'll have to keep that one in mind. Love Kimi no Nawa movie. Okay. I don't think I've seen that. I don't think I'm super familiar with it. Huh. I'll have to keep my eyes open. Kimmy, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to keep my eyes open. The truth is, I'm unfortunately right now I'm so backlogged with anime, because we're gonna be coming to some stuff soon that I'll be saying I haven't watched it yet because I haven't gotten around to stuff. I've been streaming so much lately that I haven't been finding any time to watch anything, which is probably a bad decision, and I'll be suffering burnout soon. But trust me, when I burn out, it will be in mid-stream. So y'all are gonna get to witness the explosion. You know, get ready to clip. Speaking of Vincent Price, House of Wax 3D. Horror movie, House of Wax, the original House of Wax, 3D version. This is still available, but now it's available through Warner Archive. But it's a nice looking Blu-ray. Horimiya is great too. Horimiya. Okay, I don't know if I recognize that. House of Wax, yeah. And this is the original. This isn't the remake. This is the one from 1953. So it's an older movie. It was an earlier color movie, and it was a very early 3D movie. Horimiya, manga plus anime done. Horimiya. Okay, I don't know that. I know Haruhi Suzumiya. How the West Was Won, I'm not going to focus on too much. How the West Was Won is a really long movie. Bro, I messed up. Uh-oh. Messed up. Uh-oh. How the West... Gosh, I start thinking about what you chat, and I get even more lost in my own head. No one can ever accuse me of not interacting with chat. I lost my list. I deleted data in my old phone. Oh, that sucks. Oof. I mean, I don't store stuff in my phones, but I feel your pain. Except for text messages, and those are work related, and if I lose those, oh, oops, I have only 116 or so. Gotcha. Well, I'm sorry. How the West Was Won. Only things I'll say about this, it's a really long movie. It's an epic length, following the story of like one family from generation to generation. I think John Wayne was in it at one point. It's big, but it's an interesting shot movie. So this is a Cinerama movie. You know those curved screens TVs they have nowadays? Well, they sort of began with Cinerama. So Cinerama wasn't used that much. Cinerama was, instead of 3D, I gotta dig mails now, can't sleep with this. Oh, no. Well, I know how that goes when you got something like that on your mind. You gotta dig through and you can't sleep. I feel your pain on that, Elite, because I'd be the same way. I'd be the exact same way. I was the exact same way after like that, when I did the Christmas Eve stream, because crap like that came up and never got to sleep. Cinerama. So Cinerama, picture a giant theatrical screen that is curved. And it is so wide and so curved that the movie has to be projected from 3 separate projectors, which are all color matched, so that you don't see the seams of where they're joined to, where the image is joined together as it goes across this giant screen. It is something where also when movies were shot, they would be shot with a 3 camera system. So you'd get this visceral experience of like if something's running towards you, it'll pass by and you'll see it running across the side of you, like out of your peripheral vision as it's going down. It's an amazing process. Now, if you combine that with 3D, and you'd probably have seizures. So Cinerama, How the West Was Won is shot Cinerama. The problem is Cinerama doesn't translate the best. Now we've got these curved screens, so it would work, especially if you had a big one. But you'd have to sit real close as it is now. Problem is it doesn't translate that well to home video. So if you show this thing in widescreen, just widescreen, it looks like when something's running towards you, it suddenly looks like it gets to a certain point and then it runs off to the left, or it runs off to the right. Or a wagon that originally was supposed to look like it was passing, going around you now, or something now looks like it's just driving in a circle for no reason. That's where this Blu-ray gets kind of interesting. This is an edition you can't, this is the original Digipack edition. The standard edition just had it in the flat widescreen that I mentioned, which sadly, unless you got a good curved screen, isn't going to take advantage of the process, and you're going to be able to tell stuff's, you know, it just doesn't look right. There's just no way around it. This edition, the Digipack, had a second disc, which was in Smile Box format. And they call it Smile because it's like it's grinning, sort of. What it was is it's a version of the movie where the letterboxes, I don't know if there's a good, let me see if there's an example on here of the Smile Box with their screenshots. There's an example. The Smile Box presentation, the letterboxes, instead of being flat, like you see down there, the letterboxes go curve inward and upward, and as a result, it tricks your mind a bit into thinking it's all around you, even though you're watching on a single flat screen. Especially if you're watching it on a big enough screen, which I certainly don't have. But yeah, so that's, unfortunately, that's really the only way, unless you got a curved screen, is Smile Box, what they call it. But the old Blu-ray of this edition of How the West Was Won has a Smile Box. It's a really nice Blu-ray. It's sad that this edition's out of print. It's a very long movie though too, so it's one of those, I don't know if everyone can, I don't know how good it is, how easy it is to appreciate it, because even for me, I think it's a beautiful movie, but it's also one that you get to a point of, ugh, this is long. Hunt for Red October, nothing much to say about that, except that this transfer is an early, this is one of the Paramount transfers that looks waxy, because they overcleaned it. The Hustler, there's nothing for me to say about that. Hyoka. Nothing much to say about this. This is the anime series, just mentioned a minute. Started out feeling more like it was going to be like a mysteries thing, but then it turned into more slice of life. Did you find it? I hope you found it. It should get season 2. Yeah. Did it not have 2 seasons? Because I know it was long. I know they had to package it together as a complete. No, you're right. It was season 1, part 1, and part 2. Yeah. Yeah. It was just a full 24 episode one, I guess. Yeah. Well, I say most shows should get season 2, unfortunately, including okay, one I'd recommend that you've probably seen it. Comedy. I don't know if it's fully rom-com, but comedy I'll mention it, which was back in the D's, is Dagashikashi. Dagashikashi was good. No, I was able to find my mail with 300 on. Okay, good. Well, at least you were able to find something. Hopefully that's most of it. The OG, yeah. Dagashikashi is... Okay, good. I'm glad you found that. Dagashikashi is good. The first season was great. The second season, it sucked that there were 15-minute episodes, and that's one of those ones that it just twisted the knife that we never got a third season. And I kind of wish it only had the 1 season, because that second season left me hanging. The first season I felt okay as it being self-contained. What can you do? Ice Station Zebra. This is a great espionage movie starring Rock Hudson. Wow, yeah, Rock Hudson, Jim Brown, Ernest Borgnine, Patrick McGowan. Okay, I don't remember that. I see Dan Monchi. Yep, we're coming to that. And that's going to be partially stuff I haven't watched. Identity. If you haven't ever seen Identity, it's, like it says, thriller, horror. This one threw me for a loop the first time I saw it. Unfortunately, it's one of those, once you know the secret, it never hits the same way, but really worth seeing again. Sort of like Psycho. Once you know the secret of Psycho, never hits the same way. In Search of the Castaways, this is Disney movie exclusive. Line of Fire, I want to mention just real quick. Clint Eastwood movie, sort of like one I mentioned with Charles Bronson called Assassination. The only thing I want to say about this might be some of the worst cover art ever. Let me see if I can blow it up. Because well, this is the best I could do. Kimmy, I like Dan Monchi, but it went overboard by killing anime girls, so I divorced. Ooh, I might not. Oh, Elite, you might have just spoiled stuff for me. Depending on how far I've gotten. So we'll see. I'll tell you how far I've gotten once we get there. I'm just going to point this out on this cover. This is the worst Photoshop design. God forbid they use original covers instead of having their interns design stuff. And yeah, I'm saying interns. Because let's take a look at this cover. Look at this picture of Clint Eastwood right here. Now look at this picture of Clint Eastwood right here. It's the same picture. That. It's the same picture. But they took the same picture and they reversed it. They put him on the cover twice, the same picture, but made one smaller and reversed it and just left it fully with him holding the gun. Yeah, high schooler art project. Yeah, this is right up. This is like with it, you know, go look up some Good Times Good Times VHS tapes were probably better. Just dark spots. Yeah. Even took away his eyeballs. Yeah, it's hard to see. Yeah, he's squinting so much. Yeah. High schooler. Oh boy, I was a high school art student designing DVD covers. There's your next manga. Yeah. So it's a good movie with some of the most embarrassing cover art. I mean, because it's already a cheap enough cover, but that just makes it embarrassing. Okay, Indiana Jones. First of all, you're gonna notice that I do not have the 5th one on here, which I do not acknowledge as the 5th one. You are going to notice that nowhere on here is Indiana Jones and the Dildo of Disney. Dial of Destiny. That's Clint Eastwood and Clint Westwood. Yeah, pretty much. Face one way, face the other. So yes, no, and yes, I did just say that, by the way. The Disney's anti-fan fiction of Indiana Jones, which I hate with the fury of a billion suns, will never be here. That being said, this set, Paramount of the Complete Adventures, has all 4 of the Indiana Jones movies. Now, I'll say why. I'll explain my defense of Crystal Skull in a minute. And it's got a disc of special features. This separate edition I've kept of Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull because it has some additional special features. My defense of Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skulls is it isn't a great movie. It isn't. It doesn't measure up to the other 3s. Indiana Jones is a trilogy with an optional epilogue, in my opinion. My head can't. There is no 5th one. But it's a trilogy with an optional epilogue, and that optional epilogue, obviously, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Kingdom of the Crystal Skull is not mean-spirited. It doesn't seek to crush the character. It doesn't. And if you liked Dial of Destiny, good. I'm happy for you. Genuinely. I didn't. But Kingdom of the Crystal Skull is one I sort of have learned to stop worrying and love the movie. Not love it, but accept it, because even though it was, in case you missed my chat in Dan Machi, no main character dies, so no worries, and I didn't mention season, so, oh no, that's fine. I saw, I'm sorry, but no main girl or character dies. So I think I did say it, and then I didn't, I got wrapped up in the Clint Eastwood. I'm sorry. No, I did see that. No, don't worry. It's fine. It's fine. You know, the truth is, when I say, well, thanks for spoiling it for me. The truth is, spoilers generally don't bother me. And I'll go ahead and say that to everyone. Spoilers don't bother me. In fact, I'm sort of at the point now that I trust Hollywood and I trust the movie industry so little. Half the time when it comes to big things, I will look up almost everything about the plot and spoil it beforehand, just so that I can find out if there's something that's going to piss me off. Bonk Elite? No, it's okay. No, it's okay. Not an issue. I don't mind the spoilers at all. Generally. If there ever was a... I mean, if you want to. No, just kidding. Hold on, hydration break. Kingdom of the Crystal Skull didn't hate Indiana Jones, and Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, at the risk of spoiling it also, it gives you the happy ending. I like spoilers to shows I'm never going to watch. That makes sense too. I don't mind spoiler either, because I hurt myself in so many anime, so I make sure to get spoiled. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. I'm the same way, Elite, with a lot of things, with a lot of franchises. In fact, I am so happy I'm so happy I spoiled things like Star Wars and Star Trek. Because I'm gonna tell you, I was, we'll put that past tense. I was a Trekkie. In fact, my favorite movie of all time is a Star Trek movie, which we'll get to someday if I ever get through these letters to S. Spoilers saved me a lot of pain with especially things like Discovery and everything that's come after. And I know they've got their audiences, and I know a lot of people are in like Lower Decks. Sorry. I don't care. I'm not watching it. I don't care. I'm not watching it. Star Trek's, modern Star Trek is dead to me, and it would take something so drastic to bring me back. I can't fathom it. But that being said, Indiana Jones didn't hate its character. And I feel the same way about Doctor Who too. Doctor Who, modern Doctor Who, it would take such a massive retcon, it ain't ever going to happen. So my headcanon that it ends with the special The Husbands of River Song, that's where it ends for me. And I am okay with this, because it's a great ending. Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, it gives Indiana Jones a happy ending. Without risk of spoiling it too much, love and family, but it also doesn't retire him at the same time. It's the exact type of ending the character deserves. And going further on, the same can be said for the series, if you're familiar with it, before they hacked it up. There was a TV series, The Young Indiana Jones Chronicles. The current version of the series that is being broadcast streaming has edited out all of the segments with old Indiana Jones. The series originally had. I got traumatized with those animes, how they turned out, and now I only target slice of life, even rom-com with a triangle or two, male character try for single girl. I'm out. I can see it. I get it. I can get it. I still stay open, but I definitely get that. There's some that just leave you like, ugh, it's not the ending I was looking for. Triangle or two male character try for a single girl. I'm trying to think. Yeah, the love triangle ones are kind of weird. In fact, one thing we haven't gotten to yet is I still need to finish my teen romantic comedy snafu. I haven't done season 3 yet, and I know that's a triangle, and I know it's gonna leave me. I know it's gonna leave me sort of cold in some way. But that being said, I'm getting too distracted. Indiana Jones. So Young Indiana Jones Chronicles originally had that, which was a TV series that ran mostly syndication. It didn't do that well, and I don't know why. It had an older Indiana Jones character. He was like, I think he was missing a leg, or he had a crutch, or he had a walking stick and was missing an eye. But the point was, Indiana Jones was alive, and now he was regaling people with these stories of his past adventures. I was about to spoil you, and everyone knows what happens in teen romantic comedy snafu. Actually, I don't know, but it doesn't matter. I kind of figured. It was one of those ones which I looked at it and it, well, spoiler, ping me. Nah, it'll be okay. The thing is, we're going to come to it. I already own it, so I might as well finish watching it. Now, I was enjoying the first 2 seasons, but I just kind of, something told me once I get to the 3rd one, someone's getting hurt. And it'll be me. But Indiana Jones, it had this old Indiana Jones character basically making the point that we got the happy ending. He was alive to tell the world his stories. I don't want spoiler, bonk me. Nah, it's fine. No bonks. We just bonk the minors. The Indiana Jones, it seemed that once Disney got Indiana Jones, they went back and edited the old Indiana Jones out, which pretty much made it clear they were going to kill off Indiana Jones. When Disney did their thing, all of the people who were saying that's just a conspiracy theory that they were going to kill Indy off, it's not a conspiracy theory. They telegraphed that. They telegraphed it the moment they removed old Indiana Jones from the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles, because there wasn't going to be an old Indiana Jones, so we had to retcon the franchise. And then they changed their minds once people found out and got angry. And so you got that patchwork ending, which sucked. Even just the whole movie sucked. But Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, I defend it because it's not a great movie, but it is a happy. But it was the ending the character deserved. So that's why I say optional epilogue. I'll never bonk you, Elite. Maybe Matt. Yeah, see, that's what I'm expecting. Getting bonked on my own stream. Okay, moving on real quick. Inglourious Bastards and Inglourious Bastards. This is my limit, my brain not controllable, and man, it's hard to wake up for 3. Oh, yeah. Yes, please, sleep, Elite. Have a good rest. And yeah, hopefully you come back recharged. Good night. Inglourious Bastards and Inglourious Bastards. So these are not the same movie. When Quentin Tarantino made his Inglourious Bastards, it was basically a not so much remake of the original Italian Dirty Dozen ripoff, The Inglourious Bastards, starring Fred the Hammer Williamson and Bo Svensson and other people. I don't remember who all's in it, but yeah. So this one is late 70s World War II Dirty Dozen ripoff. that was so good Quentin Tarantino wanted to name his movie after it. And of course then Inglourious Basterds is Inglourious Basterds. By the way, if anyone out there has seen Inglourious Basterds and thinks that is actually how, I can't say the name on YouTube, how Hitler died and how World War II ended, it's not. Please read a book. Please, I know that not everyone is ignorant, but I'm sure there are so many people out there who think things that movies are real life. This is not. This isn't how World War II ended. Excuse me. Hydration break again. Opening a new water because my carbonated water is empty. $11:13. Okay, we've been going 4 hours. I'll keep going. I'll keep going. How am I only on page 12? Okay, Inglourious Basterds, Inglourious Basterds. This one I'll mention real quick. Inspector, I feel like every single one I've come to, I've said, I'm just going to mention this one real quick. And then I spend an hour on each movie. Well, not an hour. We'd only be 4 movies in. I need to stop saying I'm just going to mention this one because I feel like I should be going faster, but I'm not doing it. Did you watch Boy in Striped Pajamas? I have not seen Boy in Striped Pajamas. No, I haven't. Is that a regular film or is that an anime? Because it sounds familiar, but I can't place it. Okay, Inspector Clouseau. So Inspector Clouseau is a Pink Panther spinoff. This is an odd situation that I don't really understand, and unfortunately it's an incomplete movie. So we haven't gotten to the Pink Panther. Pink Panther, Inspector Clouseau was played by the late great Peter Sellers. Yeah, so no, I've never seen The Boy in Striped Pajamas. I'll have to look that up. But seriously, is that a live action or is it an anime? Because I feel dumb right now for asking that question, but like I said, the name's familiar, but well, heck, I could just do this. Why am I doing that? Boy in Striped Pajamas. Okay, here we go. Oh, okay. Okay. The movie in World War II. Oh, no, I have not seen it. Oh, wow. Between the Fence 2. Ooh. Gosh, that looks like that would be a tear-jerker and a half. That really does. That looks like that will... That looks like that's going to make me cry. I mean, that's fine, but wow. Focus on on a Yahtzee family. Gotta watch my... Ay. Yeah, no, I haven't seen it. I'll have to add that to my list, even though stuff like that hits me hard. Yeah, thank you, Kimmy. No, it's fine. Hey, I'm the one who read it. Started to. We were playing Yahtzee. Everyone, we were playing a game of Yahtzee. Everything's cool. Oh, yeah. So, Inspector Clouseau. It's... Okay, so Peter Sellers had played the Pink Panther. No, it's no big deal, Kimmy. No big deal at all. Honestly, I wouldn't even think anything about it if I hadn't seen other streamers being afraid of it. So that's the only reason why I even corrected myself. I wasn't concerned personally, because it's a real word. It's not like someone's, supporting anything or whatever just by saying a word. I don't get it. The AI and the bonking on YouTube and whatever don't make sense. Inspector Clouseau. So after they made the first 2 Peter Sellers Pink Panther movies, Pink Panther and Shot in the Dark, I don't remember who, but someone at Fox optioned the character, and they wanted to do an Inspector Clouseau movie that was almost like a spy spoof, excuse me, like James Bond. So something like in like Flint. It's free on YouTube if you want to watch it. Good to know. Thank you. Okay, I probably will then. I'll probably look on there, or if it's on Pluto or something. Thank you. I'll have to check that out. Add it to my ever-growing backlog. So this is a weird one. They tried to take the Pink Panther character of Inspector Clouseau, this time played by Alan Arkin, and make it into a 60s style. Well, it was already 60s, but make it into like a Bond. Yeah, back library game bigger. Make it into like a spy spoof, like in like Flint, that type of thing. Modesty Blaze, whatever. Things which I don't think I have in the back library. No, I don't. Okay. Yeah, I had to think about that. Actually, I might. Modesty Blaze, I might on DVD. It didn't work, and it's an odd movie. Alan Arkin is okay as Clouseau, but he's not Peter Sellers. The problem with the movie is they knew it wasn't that great, I guess, and they gutted like maybe 20 or 30 minutes from it, and so there's a lot of plot holes. It's not terrible, but there are plot holes, and plot holes are a problem. It's not like Superman 4 plot holes. We'll get to that someday. Interviews with Monster Girls, the complete series. I guess this is a slice of lifey one. High school comedy slice of life type thing. I mean, Elite's gone, but whatever. I enjoyed this one. I picked this one up. I think I picked this up because of one of the more sussier ones that I'd watched, and I just wanted sort of more things along, not the sussy line, but something along that. I don't know. There's something about the Monster Girl thing. I guess everyone goes through a phase. Whatever. Inuyasha, this is just the movie collection. Matt is sus. No, Matt is not sus. I'm trying to remember what one. It's one we'll come to eventually, and it's a series that I love, not for the, and I'll say it when we get to it, it's not for the sussiness. I love it because I love the characters. I like the comedy, and I like the characters. Yeah, Inuyasha, and I'm going to be honest, Kimmy, I've never seen the whole series. The movie collection is all I've seen, and I picked it up on a blind buy. I picked up the movie collection on a blind buy, not having seen the series. It probably a little too difficult to, because it's definitely designed around with the idea that you're familiar with it, but it was fun. Elite? Elite, who's gone? Oh my gosh. Go to bed, Elite. You just said you were at your limit, man. What'd you do, sleep for 5 minutes and then decide that's enough? Bruh. So yeah, that's all I've seen of Inuyasha. I need to watch the whole series someday. And unfortunately, the movie set, Inuyashiki 2. Okay, is that a spin-off or connected then, I'd guess? Inuyasha, the only thing I'll say about the movie collection, unfortunately, it's 1080i, not 1080p. And this is a weird thing, because it's owned by the same company, Viz, in the US. And the series, as far as I know, is 1080p. No, it's totally different. Okay. I really hope this is one that won't... Okay, it's not coming up on there, so I don't know. I'll have to look it up elsewhere, since it's not on Blu-ray. And hopefully it's not something that's gonna get me flagged. Yeah, so it's 1080p. I'm waiting to pass out, otherwise I will wake up in 3 hours. Oh, gosh, 3 hours, bro. Oh, no. Okay, you'll need tissue. Okay, Okay, gotcha. Something I'm gonna cry with. Great. Everyone trying to get me to watch the sad stuff. Boy in the Striped Pajamas, and now that. So in any case, I don't know why the movie collection is older 1080i transfers. The series is 1080p. Whatever. Invasion of the Body Snatchers. There's a 4K release of this also. This is the original version from 1956. There was an edition also from Olive Films. This is the Kino reissue. the thing which really grabbed me, the truth is, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, especially the 70s remake, which I don't have on Blu-ray, it disturbs the hell out of me. That is one of those horror movies that really got under my skin, is the 70s Invasion of the Body, well, late 70s, like 78 Invasion of the Body Snatchers. That one gets under your skin bad, I think. This is the original version. The only thing I want to point out about it is the 2 aspect ratios. This is a movie that was shot not super wide, about the equivalent of a widescreen TV, 185:1, and then they tried to force it into theaters to be wider, so it was cropped to make it look like it was CinemaScope, and that ruined a lot of the framing. There have been a lot of problems over the years where they said the original framing was lost. People couldn't get film copies. Kino apparently got their hands on it. So they got decent enough elements where it's got both aspect ratios. So that was one of those things that I'm going to pick it up. I'm good with 50s horror, so it'll be okay. And that's a selling point for me, the multiple aspect ratios. Invitation to a Gunfighter. Nothing to say about this except I love that title. Iria Zoram, the animation. This is the OVA animation of Zoram, Iria Zoram. Classic anime. Fun. I like it. And it's a good looking Blu-ray. And it's got the old dub too, which I don't know if it's a streamlined dub or not. I don't know what to say about this. Iron Fisted Monk. It's a Sammo Hung movie. Okay, Dan Machi. Is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? The only ones of these I have not watched so far. I have not watched season 4. I've seen the other stuff, and I liked it all the way, even though season 3 took a turn. I have not watched season 4 yet. And I honestly, the only excuse I have is time, because there is so much I'm backlogged with that time is the only reason. And there's really nothing to say about those except I like them. Well, there's one thing to say. It's unfortunate that seasons, I don't know if season 4 has an OVA, but it's unfortunate season 2 and 3 included their OVA on with the season sets. But season 1, I guess it wasn't available at the time, so Sentai, and they'll probably reissue it in a repackage someday where it's all bundled together because they've done that with other things. The OVA for season 1, Is It Wrong to Expect a Hot Tub or a Hot Spring in a Dungeon, was not included with the season 1 set. So you have to spend more money because you have to buy both that individually, and you're stuck paying. I mean, I got lucky. I think I got it on sale for around the $5 mark, but still the fact that I'm paying an additional $5 for that last 20-minute episode is just kind of lame. Okay, Isekai Quartet. The only thing I don't know what to say about Isekai Quartet. The only thing I really picked this up for was for, oh my gosh, am I losing my mind? I can't think of the series that I picked it up for, the one that I'm in love with. My brain just left me. Them, okay? Them right there. That's why I picked up Isekai Quartet. That's my favorite Isekai series, and I can't think of the name of it. Konosuba. I'm too tired to think. I love Konosuba. I know there's some people who hate Konosuba. Whatever. I like Konosuba. And we haven't gotten to the K's yet, but before we do, so I picked up Isekai Quartet just because I like Konosuba. The only thing really to say about, and I'll say it again when we get to the K's and Konosuba, which we're getting close to, is it sucks that the Konosuba movie, the Legend of Crimson, I think it is not available on Blu-ray in the US. You can get it on Blu-ray in the UK. Crunchyroll has not released it on Blu-ray in the US, and I don't know a reason. The only reason I could think of is it kind of got caught in between a because the first 2 seasons were released by Discotek. They licensed it out. And now it's all gone back to Crunchyroll. But it's like Crunchyroll doesn't want to release it because now the movie's a bit older or something. I don't know. I don't have an explanation. I keep hoping that maybe if Crunchyroll reissues seasons 1 and 2, because they are. Konosuba is next page. Yeah. Is it? Okay. Is it? Oh, you're looking through it? Gotcha. Okay. Well, then I'll talk about that. But moral of the story, the movie is not available on Blu-ray in the States. And I really hope that gets resolved in the near future because that sucks. The Island, I'm not going to say much about The Island. Good in concept. Good in concept, but also when I think about it, kind of stupid that time, I'm spoiling it. The idea of time repeating. You think it's about time travel, but it's more about time repeating exactly the same, and that just doesn't. In the great span of all the theories of the universe, that's the one that sticks least of all. It came from outer space. This is a nice. Only thing I'll say about this. It's a nice Blu-ray. It does have both the 3D version and the 2D, because the 3D on this was a big deal when it came to theaters in 1953. So it's fun for a 3D movie. There is a 4K version. This I just want to mention real quick, the Italian Job. This is one of those ones where I think they screwed up on this website. So this artwork that they show for the cover, that's actually the reversible side of the cover, because the cover is reversible. It's got 2 different posters, and that is not the outer poster that's regularly on the cover. But this is the original Italian Job with Michael Caine, not to be confused with the remake from the I was gonna say the 90s. Be right back. Okay, that's fine, Kimmy. Take your time. I'll be here. Hydration break. My throat is losing it. Probably dumb to wear out my throat before my reading thing on Friday, but I'm hoping I won't be. I'm hoping that tomorrow's gaming stream won't be super long, so I'll probably keep my gaming stream tomorrow of Karate Survivor contained to a couple hours. Honey tea. I don't have any honey tea, but I do have honey. I'll probably down some of that because I know straight honey used to. I thought hydration break, and congratulations on what did I make 1.6? Thank you, Super Shops. Thank you very much for letting me know. Man, someday I'm gonna have to come up with something to celebrate these things. I keep thinking. The truth is, I'm kind of thanks. The truth is, I've kind of been hesitant to do a celebration unless I could see the live watchers growing too, because it seems kind of honey and hot water. Gotcha. Okay, good call. I got plenty of honey, which is a long story. The reason I have a ton of honey is a weird story, but and a stupid story. It goes back to the I can't pass up a good sale. Oh look, the honey's cheap. Let me buy all of it and hope it doesn't expire. Okay, it's mad. I tried the milk and honey treat. That is a traditional favorite. It's not that bad. Gotcha. It's a mad. I don't know if I've had the milk and honey thing. I don't think I have. It's always sound good. Also, honey doesn't expire. Really? I thought eventually it like crystallized. It got weird as it set. I know I've had it crystallized before, but maybe that was just my bad storage. Okay, it's a mad. Milk and honey is good. Gotcha. Okay. It's a mad. It's a mad world. I always add an extra mad or leave one out. Interesting movie, fun movie, good comedy. Something to mention about it. This is one of those lost media situations. There was a separate... Actually, it's lost media in 2 ways. So there are essentially 4 different versions of this movie. 2 which have to do with home video, and 2 which are theatrical, and 1 which is lost. One of the theatrical being lost. There was originally a roadshow version. This is a long movie. It's a long comedy. extremely long. In fact, how long is it? Okay, it is 2 hours 40 minutes. There was a roadshow version, which is 3 hours. It adds some extra footage, and it has an overture and a intermission and exit music. It was an epic. The roadshow version was not kept by the studio, so it's once they went to the shorter general release version. I'm getting tongue-tied a little. So it's lost. It's gone. There are no surviving copies. The end. When we got into the Laserdisc era, MGM was really big on restoring some of these things that had been considered lost. They restored the roadshow version of The Alamo with John Wayne, which sadly is lost again. I talked about that, I think, last week or the week before, how MGM let the only surviving copy that they had decay to vinegar. And the other one is a movie called Hawaii, which they restored to the producer's cut of it. And that one I don't know quite everything about. I'm going to spare it for now. Mad World. Mad World, yes. They, when it came time for the Laserdisc, they wanted to restore it. They couldn't. They brought in they found all the footage that they could. And they had the original director, who was then still alive, Stanley Kramer, certify and supervise the creation of this extended version that wasn't quite the roadshow version, but was like we'll just call it a second director's cut. So that brings us to the Blu-ray era and Criterion. This is the MGM Blu-ray release, which is just the general release theatrical version. There's a version for Criterion, which has another version. It is an extended version that, unlike the Laserdisc version with the extra footage, attempted to recreate the full length of the roadshow version. And it went to a lot of different sources. Some of them, I think, were like home video sources overseas that had burned in Asian subtitles, things like that. There are sections of it, I think, I could be wrong, but I think, where it's just like a black screen and audio because the video is missing, which stuff like that, to me, that takes you out of it. That's just not stuff I like to watch. Excuse me, sorry about that. And weirdly enough, it was missing some footage that was added into that Laserdisc version. So I guess the Laserdisc, they must have found some stuff that wasn't even in the roadshow version that then the director wanted to add in. That's my only guess. So it's basically a hodgepodge assembly cut, which all count as another version. I don't have that Criterion edition, and one of the reasons is because, A, I don't think I'd enjoy that longer version personally because of the hodgepodge nature of it, because it would take me out of it. Seeing stuff like incomplete scenes always feels odd to me. And the other reason is because it included this same theatrical cut, but I guess in a rare instance, the Criterion version's compression was slightly worse than the MGM release, which usually doesn't happen. Usually the MGM release would or the Criterion would have shined more. So that's pretty much all I have to say about A Mad World. It's a shame the Laserdisc version isn't on any of it in a high definition version at all. It's probably lost or only in standard definition. Hell, the Laserdiscs themselves are probably the only source for that. And this MGM release, which I don't know if it's still in print or not, it's good. It's a lot cheaper and it's a good release. It's a good release. Jack Ryan, Shadow, Recruit. I don't know what to say about these. The Jack Ryan movies. So this one, this Jack Ryan, the Chris Pine Jack Ryan movie, I don't know why I picked this up. It's not an awful movie, but it's odd when you consider that I guess it doesn't follow any. I don't know the Jack Ryan books, but I guess it didn't follow any of them. Basically, they just decided to make a new movie with the character and not make it based on any of the existing books, which to me, that's stupid. I mean, it makes sense with the Bonds when you've gone through all of the original books to have to write new stuff, But in a case like Jack Ryan, I'm pretty sure that wasn't the case. Jack the Giant Killer, I'm going to touch on this just real quick. It says musical here, but that's not entirely true. This is a weird situation. So Jack the Giant Killer was a fantasy movie, if you haven't gotten that already, based around Jack and the Beanstalk, but adding in a whole bunch of other stuff. It has some stop motion animation that is not awful, but not nearly as good as the work of Ray Harryhausen. It was trying to be like a Ray Harryhausen movie, but not. I don't know if it did well in theaters or not, but that leads us to the musical part. So get this. Few years after its release, they decide to take this movie and literally recut it into the musical. Now, there wasn't singing in the movie, but they recut it into a musical. How did they do this? They overdubbed. They wrote music that I guess would fit the actors' mouths. And this is in the 60s, so it's kind of impressive. It's not like stuff we do now with deep fakes. They wrote music to, I guess, match their mouths to some degree, and they overdubbed them, and they added in all these songs. And they took scenes where people were like in a parade, and they would run them back and forth and tweak them to make it look like people were dancing. So they took this fantasy movie, this low-rent, somewhat fantasy movie, which is fun, fine for kids, and they turned it into a musical. Now, the Blu-ray is nice because it's got both versions, which, I mean, fantastic, because to me, this is one of those things. It's not exactly the type of movie I pull out all the time to watch, but it's an interesting thing that if you just want something for the historical, for something weird, that's it. That's a good one. Jackie Chan's First Strike. I think that this is Police Story 4, which was recut in the US to Jackie Chan's First Strike, and the story was changed and the dubbing was changed, and it's weird. And I do mean that. It's weird. It doesn't feel right. I don't know. It feels off. And you can see some of the edits. I mean, you could see where they've fade out in an awkward time and the incomplete nature of it. Jake Speed. I'm going to open this up real quick because the cover art. I love that Jake Speed is flipping us all off. I just would like to point that out right now. And that is from the movie. Okay, so Jake Speed is sort of an Indiana Jones ripoff thing. It's about a pulp, it's sort of like a Remo Williams, Doc Savage. I don't know if those names mean anything to you, but they're pulp novel heroes, pulp paperback novel heroes. Jake Speed is, the concept of this was really good. It's the idea that this star of these pulp novels, these action stories that you pick up at a newsstand, is actually real. And all of his stories are based on real exploits. And so he goes around, he and his partner, his ghostwriter, go around looking for people to save, looking for big, I don't know, debacles, problems, people that, I said people to save, anything, whatever. They basically look for situations that need to be a hero, and they volunteer for no money whatsoever just because they're going to get another book out of it. And so that's the whole thing, is Jake Speed needs another book. This girl's sister has been stolen by slavers, so he's going in to rescue her. The guy who starred in this, I can't even think of his name, he co-wrote it, but this is like the only movie he made, and I think he made it just because he co-wrote it. It's not a great movie, but there's just something fun about it. There's something about Jake Speed that I don't know how to put it. It's a bad movie with warmth. It's a bad movie that you could pop in on a rainy afternoon. It's a good afternoon matinee movie that isn't good. with some great one-liners. It's got a few lines of dialogue. It's got two lines of dialogue that I've used in everyday life, which is amazing for a bad movie. One of them is, why do you suppose bad things happen? So you have something good to look forward to. And the other one is, sometimes you have to do things the hard way. It reads better. I know some of you are thinking, why the hell would you use that in real life? I have used it in real life, and I've used it in some chats, and thankfully no one's ever seen Jake Speed but me. Jason and the Argonauts, Ray Harryhausen classic with skeletons. If you want to know why skeletons in things like Army of Darkness look the way they look now, it is because of Ray Harryhausen. When they were putting like the evil skeletons in Army of Darkness, and Sam Raimi was complaining that they don't look evil, the comment was made about they need the Harryhausen brow, because Ray Harryhausen figured out that you put this brow basically indented, sort of the way you design their eye holes and stuff on his skull, it makes them look evil. So a lot of that is it's Ray Harryhausen, and he used to do all these stop motion effects, and he was the master of his craft, period. Number one. And Jason and the Argonauts, fun movie. Jason Bourne, this is the 5th technically Bourne Identity movie, if you count the one with Jeremy Renner. This is the reboot one from a few years ago. It's okay. It's Matt Damon. Matt Damon! Jaws. Okay, not too much to say about these. Jaws. It's Jaws. Jaws 2. It's Jaws 2. Jaws 3 is actually Jaws 3 3D. This does include both the 3D version and the 2D version. Now, the 3D version isn't a perfect restoration, and in that I mean it hasn't been perfectly calibrated. Universal, I guess, did it themselves in-house. They didn't bring in someone like the 3D archive. So there are some parts that do some eye strain. That said, Jaws 3 is not a wonderful movie, but 3D elevates it. Jaws 3 in 3D is a hell of a good time. It is. It's just a fun thing to watch. So fun. Jaws the Revenge. If you're unfamiliar with Jaws the Revenge, the 4th Jaws is awful. There's no way around it. It's awful, and there are 2 versions. Unfortunately, this Blu-ray seems to be, this is the international / reissue version. There was one version that had more of a depressing ending where one of the main characters didn't survive. They went back and changed it. And so this one has him surviving, but it doesn't make sense him surviving. That's number one. There are 2 problems with it. Number one, it doesn't make sense him surviving. Number 2, they decided that the ending wasn't spectacular enough, so they added on to the ending, and the stuff they added on to it, if I remember right, it just looks cheap. It looks like someone had a little shark toy in their bathtub. It looked bad. And the US theatrical cut, if I recall, didn't look bad, but it was it was more depressing, I guess. I don't know. Jaws the Revenge sucks. Oh, sad. Okay, Jetsons the movie. Not much to say about this. It's Jetsons the movie. The transfer's a little overly grainy, and I say that because I like grain, but it's a bit noisy. This is a Kino release. I think it's out of print now, unfortunately. It's Jetsons the movie. Jewel of the Nile. This is a sequel to Romancing the Stone. If you've never seen Romancing the Stone, take Indiana Jones and make it a romantic comedy. Michael Douglas, Kathleen Turner, Danny DeVito. Really, Romancing the Stone, and a fantastic soundtrack too. Romancing the Stone is great. Jewel of the Nile is okay. It's not as great. It's not as romantic, it's not as funny, and the soundtrack is not that great. Javaro, nothing much to say about this. It's a 3D, it says right there, a gorgeous American arrives in Brazilian headhunter country seeking her scapegrace fiancé. It's basically like an earlier adventure movie, something along the lines of the classic King Solomon's Mines. I picked this up because I thought it was going to be a 60s Indiana Jones type thing, because it does have to do with searching for hidden treasure, and in 3D. The 3D isn't really gimmicky, it's just depth, and it's just not that great of a movie. It's 3D buffs only. Yeah, not much to say there. I want to see if I can finish this page today before we move on too. Well, if we finish this page, I'll be happy. If we can finish page 13, I will be happy for the day. Johnny Quest, the complete series. This is the original 1960s series. It is not the 1980s reboot. It is not the whatever Real Adventures of Johnny Quest thing they did around, I guess, the 90s. I don't know much about it. This is the original Johnny Quest. Johnny Quest is awesome, and unlike the DVD, this one is not edited. It still uses the word savages, which the DVD had some stuff changed. It's also got the complete title sequence, even though part of it, the audio is restored from a substandard source, because they left in the sponsorship thing there. Okay, so after the opening credits on this Blu-ray, you'll hear Race Band saying, Johnny Quest is brought to you by, and then it cuts to the episode, because they left it for the commercial. I'm gonna be honest, I appreciate them doing that from a historical perspective, but I would have just assumed not had it, or just had that as a special feature, because that kind of feels awkward without commercials to go with it. Johnny's Golden Quest, Johnny's Golden Quest, Johnny Quest versus the Cyber Insects. These were, it says in 93 and 95, these were some 1990s made-for-TV Johnny Quest movies that I think aired on the USA Network. Available through Warner Archive. Same with this. This is a Warner Archive release of Johnny Quest, the complete series, which is why it looks so good. And these, Warner Archive again. Journey of Natty Gann. A lot of people don't remember this. That's a young John Cusack, a really young John Cusack. It was a Disney movie. This was released through Disney's Movie Club exclusive. The DVD of it, I think, was cropped full screen. Only thing to say about it is that I don't remember it. I bought this because I remembered seeing it when I was a kid, and I still haven't gotten around to watching it. I know it's something where it's saying, or like, it's something where she's looking for her father. I know that. Girl traveling across country thinks her father's disappeared, that type of thing. Yeah. Disney Fair before all Disney Fair became modern Disney Fair. Journey to the Far Side of the Sun. I'm going to repeat myself and say I'm just going to mention this real quick. Not much to say about it. This is from, oh gosh, what's his name? Oh my gosh. Jerry Anderson. Jerry Anderson created the Thunderbirds. He did Space 1999. Yeah, Thunderbirds. Okay, the Super Marionations. Well, he also did some live action stuff, and one of them is Journey to the Far Side of the Sun. It was the idea, and it's a great concept for a movie. It's the idea that on the other side of the sun is an exact copy of the planet Earth, right down to the people, but is a mirror image. So like your hair's all parted on the opposite side. And it's about a rocket ship basically looking to orbit the sun and thinking that they've landed on Earth early. And I'm not spoiling much because that all happens within like the first 15 minutes. As far as I remember. Not much to say about it beyond that as a movie. It's interesting. It's an interesting concept. classic sci-fi, 60s sci-fi. Yippee. The Jungle Book is the Jungle Book. Disney, this is the Diamond Edition. I think they've reissued it as a signature collection, which means they've taken away half the special features. Jurassic Park, the Ultimate Trilogy. Well, it's a trilogy because it's just Jurassic Park. It's not Jurassic World. This is just the 3 Jurassic Parks. And added to that, I have right here Jurassic Park 3D. So this I'm just going to mention as a 3D one because it's kind of interesting. This is obviously, Jurassic Park was not 3D in theaters originally. They went back and converted it to 3D. But it's an interesting case because, first of all, it wasn't just the studio doing it. Steven Spielberg directly got involved. He supervised the 3D. In fact, he made them do more stuff with it, I guess with the layering, than would have been planned. And part of it is because he claims, I don't know how true this is, but he claims that when he was shooting it, he shot it as a 3D movie because he pictured it 3D. Well, that doesn't kind of make sense to me because if you were shooting it cinematography, if you were doing things picturing in 3D, why didn't you do it as a 3D movie? Because believe me, I would think Universal back in the 90s when Steven Spielberg was at the top of his game, when he still had a iron grip on Hollywood and everything he made was considered golden. I think if he would have said, I wanted to make a 3D movie, Universal probably would have said, okay, we'll get some theaters to do it. That being said, even though this is a 2D to 3D conversion, it looks good. This is a good 2D to 3D conversion. Now, you can argue that that's not the way the movie was originally meant to be. That's fine. You got the 2D version too. Double feature here that they both have Clint Eastwood, Where Eagles Dare and Kelly's Heroes, both World War II center. I hate that it's a double feature because I'd like to have these individually just because they don't really belong together. Where Eagles Dare is a great espionage movie, a really great espionage movie. Kelly's Heroes is a fun tank movie, almost a World War II action comedy, and seems to have been a big influence, I mentioned before, on, or an influence on Girls und Panzer. The anime Girls und Panzer seems to have been inspired by Kelly's Heroes, at least in part, to the point that there's a scene a blink and you'll miss it scene in the season of Girls und Panzer when they're watching a tank movie on TV, and it is an animated recreation of Kelly's Heroes. The DVD cover is the artwork from the old DVD, and the images on the screen are an animated recreation of it. So Kelly's Heroes, yeah. Good movie. Kill Bill Volume 2. These are obviously the US theatrical cuts, not the uncut version of Kill Bill. Japan got a version with more blood. Quentin Tarantino has promised for years he was going to do Kill Bill, the whole bloody affair, which was going to do a super epic combination of both of them with a bunch of additional stuff. That's never happened, so whatever. The Killer Elite. This is a fun CIA assassination movie. No other way to put it. James Caan, Robert Duvall. Great movie. Killer Clowns from Outer Space. If you've never seen Killer Clowns from Outer Space, great movie. This is the Arrow reissue. There is an MGM version. It looks good too. You could get the MGM version, honestly, on Blu-ray probably for a couple bucks. I've seen it in dollar stores in the Dollar Tree. The Arrow version is a newer transfer. There is a 4K version from Shout Factory. Not much to say about that, except Killer Clowns from Outer Space, awesome movie. There is a video game of it now. I remember, because I saw some people streaming it, but that seems to have sort of disappeared quickly. There is a multiplayer online game of Killer Clowns, but it just seems to have fallen off the map as quickly as it came, so I don't know what to say about that. King and I Classic Musical, a lot of great special features. This Blu-ray needs help. You can kind of see from this picture that it's got a blue hue to it. The image, something happened with this high-def transfer. And the color goes back and forth a bit from having this blue hue to looking more normal. You could make an argument that the last DVD looks better, and this is an old Blu-ray. It needs a refresh, but now that I think Fox Fox does own it. There's a good chance, I don't know if Disney owns the Rodgers and Hammerstein library or not. I want to say I saw something that Sony has them now, but regardless, you're not going to see a refresh. King Kong. This is the 30s classic. There's nothing to say about it. This is the 30s, the original black and white King Kong. This one there is something to say about. This is King Kong 1976. This is the Dino De Laurentiis remake of King Kong. It is, I don't like remakes. This is a really darn good movie. This version of King Kong is great. Great music by John Barry. A lot of interesting use of the optical effects, and it's a good Blu-ray because it includes the uncut television version, or the extended television version reconstructed. However, what's interesting is they reconstructed it in widescreen, and there were certain scenes spliced in and looped in it just to pad out the TV version and make it a 4-hour presentation or whatever, where there was no dialogue, but they used footage where people were speaking, but because it was framed 4:3 for TV, you never saw that people were speaking. So unfortunately with this, since they reconstructed it in widescreen, there are some shots where mouths are moving and no words are coming out. King Kong Escapes. This is one of 2 Toho King Kong ventures. Toho made a deal and licensed King Kong in the 60s. They did 2 movies. The first was obviously King Kong Escapes. It's basically a precursor to Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla because it was King Kong vs. Mechanicong, a mechanical version of King Kong. And this was also co-produced by Rankin Bass. So yeah, it's co-produced by Rankin Bass. Now, one thing that's interesting, I want to say that the Japanese version has more blood in it. This is the US theatrical version, which I think was rated G at the time. I don't know if they had G ratings at the time. Well, regardless, yeah, they intended it more for kiddies. Rankin Bass. But fun movie. King Kong vs. Godzilla. This is the original King Kong vs. Godzilla. This is the US theatrical version. This is the same version this is also in that Criterion Godzilla set I showed before. I keep the Universal one just for just because I love it. They're actually the same transfer. I want to say there's a little bit of differences in the compression. I don't know why I keep this one other than I just keep it. King of Kings. If you're Christian or looking for a Christian movie, this is a good religious epic. I like King of Kings. It stars Jeffrey Hunter, who also played Captain Pike in Star Trek. Only thing I will say is I hate this cover art because it looks like zombie Jesus. Something about the glow and everything. I just not a big fan of that. But good movie. It's a good religious epic. King Solomon's Mines. Okay, I got to talk about this. Yeah. Whoops. What'd I hit? Oh, okay. I hit enter. Or backspace. Shoot. Okay, King Solomon's Mines. This is the 19th zombie Jesus. I thought I would never hear that in my life. I heard someone else say that before, complaining about the cover art on this. Yeah, Warner Brothers did not do... where's the... I'll blow it up. Warner Brothers did not do the best artwork on this. I mean, it's not really zombie, but it just looks weird and off. Really is awful. Yeah, God forbid we just... Well, it's sad because the DVD used the poster art, but then we get into the Blu-ray era and they start deciding everyone wants to play around with Photoshop. We paid for this Photoshop license and damn it, we're gonna use it. King Solomon's Mines. Okay, so this is Canon Films. This is a 1985 remake of King Solomon's Mines, but it does not follow King Solomon's Mines at all. Best thing to compare this to is this is a low-budget ripoff of Indiana Jones, starring Richard Chamberlain and Sharon Stone. The things to mention about this is a period when Canon Films was unfortunately going through a lot of changes. and they'd overextended themselves. And this is, I think, one of the casualties, because it's got some bad looking effects, and they're effects that shouldn't look bad. Meanwhile, they had other things they were putting out. They'd put out Life Force, which we haven't gotten to, where the effects are freaking amazing. But this is when they were running into trouble. Now, that being said, like I said, it's a fun Indiana Jones ripoff. So you gotta remember, it's ripoff. Bad effects. The music on this is by Jerry Goldsmith, and I'm gonna say something right now that is, I'm not gonna say hot take, because I get tired when people saying hot take. It's not a hot take, it's just an opinion. In my opinion, the theme song that Jerry Goldsmith wrote for this is better than John Williams' Indiana Jones theme. The Raiders of the Lost Ark march. I think the march from King Solomon's Mines is better. It is one that I can find myself whistling even more. It is one that I got a CD of it somewhere. Yeah, great music. As for the Blu-ray, it's an Olive Films release, so it's bare bones. The good news is it is the original stereo soundtrack. The sequel, Alan Quartermain, The Lost City of Gold, I highlighted last time. The Blu-ray, they accidentally put a mono soundtrack on it when it's supposed to be stereo. William Shatner, Kingdom of the Spiders. This is the first Blu-ray release. There is a new Blu-ray release out now that is better compression. First thing I'm going to say right off the bat, both that Blu-ray and this Blu-ray are missing a very cool interview with William Shatner. And I do mean very cool because it was really informative. That was on a DVD release from Shout Factory. This is from Code Red when they were bought by Kino. Kingdom of the Spiders it's a low-budget horror film. It's during William Shatner's lean years. I think more people need to see this movie. It's not necessarily super scary, unless you're super, super, super scared of spiders. But the ending is the ending's good. It's got that 1950s, really almost apocalyptic ending. And just an underrated gem of a horror film. Well, 6.7, it's been given, I guess, IMDb, but it is underrated. I like this. It's not scary like Arachnophobia. I like it better than Arachnophobia. Now, it's a movie that I'm surprised PETA doesn't throw a fit about, because a lot of spiders died in this movie. There's a scene with a police car driving through town, running over all these tarantulas. A lot of tarantulas died for William Shatner to have a movie, but we commend their efforts, because Kingdom of the Spiders is fun. I always mention it. I mentioned it in the Tesla Effect when I was screaming about the giant spiders. Yeah, I love Kingdom of the Spiders. Kingpin. Not much to say about this comedy. It's Kingpin. Enough said. Kingpin. Bill Murray. Woody Harrelson. Dennis Quaid. Is it Randy Quaid, excuse me? Yeah. Kismet. Okay, not much to say about this. It's a musical, but it's a musical that I really like. I love these things with the Arabian, like Tales of the Arabian Nights themed things, and a lot of color. I mean, musicals, everyone, you love them or you hate them. I don't love them all. I like Kismet. Kiss Me Kate is another musical. Blu-ray 3D. 3D musical, and it's got a lot of gimmicky stuff. Enough said. Kiss of the Vampire. This is also in the Hammer collection from Universal. This is the Shout Factory Collector's Edition reissue. This is a better transfer. Much better transfer. The other one it was over noise because it was over sharpened. Good special features on this one, including a rare television version that's extended from the 60s, where they put it on TV and they added in some footage to pad things out. This is one of the better Hammer films, and this is probably of their, outside of Captain Kronos Vampire Hunter, this is probably their best non-Dracula vampire film. Knives Out. Okay, I'm going to be honest about Knives Out. A lot of people love Knives Out. I picked it up because it was a cheap price and I liked it okay. The truth is, I don't know what my opinion is on Knives Out. I really liked it when I first saw it, and in subsequent viewings, I've come to not like it. And I found myself not liking it even more with Glass Onion. I thought Glass Onion was terrible. And Glass Onion was terrible because they literally reshoot scenes and change details to make it seem like there was a mystery and things you'd missed, but that wasn't the case. They actually literally changed it just so they could fabricate the mystery. I didn't like Glass Onion at all. It's not available on Blu-ray, and that's okay because they would never be joining the back library. Knives Out I don't like as much as I used to because I feel too much like as a mystery, it's leading you by the hand. It wants to be Agatha Christie, and it's not. But a lot of people love it, and I like it okay. Knockabout, it's a Golden Harvest martial arts movie. Yun Bao and thought Sammo Hung. Yeah, Sammo Hung's in it somewhere. Okay, Kolchak, the Night Stalker. I'm just briefly going to mention this. This is the series. Okay, those of you who don't know what Kolchak is or the Night Stalker is. So Dan Curtis, who did Dark Shadows, he made a made-for-TV horror movie called The Night Stalker. The Night Stalker, it's not super horror, but it's awesome. It is such a fun movie, and it all centers around this news reporter Carl Kolchak, and we'll get to The Night Stalker eventually. It was followed by, it did so well, they followed it up with a sequel like a year or two later called The Night Strangler, and then without Dan Curtis involved, they moved on to doing a TV series called Kolchak, the Night Stalker. The problem with the TV series is it feels dumbed down in a... Okay, part of it is that it feels slightly dumbed down. A little bit of the edge is missing. Number two, the other problem is calling it the Night Stalker is weird because the Night Stalker referred specifically to that vampire. Now, and this only has, I think, one vampire episode, because that's the thing about this series, and that's what's so cool about this. This was the X-Files before the X-Files. This is the precursor to the X-Files. In fact, the guy who starred in it, Darren McGavin, he guest starred in a few episodes of the X-Files, and as a reporter. It is about a newspaper reporter who, through no fault of his own, keeps getting wrapped up in all of these supernatural affairs. Ghosts of Jack the Ripper, like musicians, voodoo zombies, even government robots. It's such a fun series, and it's only one season, and it's too bad it didn't go over better. Like I said, I think it would have gone over better if instead of doing, I think part of the problem was doing it didn't have enough meat on it, because it had been shortened up to, 50-minute episodes, whereas the original was a made-for-TV 90-minute movie. I think if they would have done almost like they did with Columbo and things later, there was something they did which was before my time, mostly called the Thursday Night Mysteries, which I've heard about, which I'm familiar with. And what it was is it was a weekly series, but it was a series of different series. It was every week they would show you a different made-for-TV movie, a made-for-TV mystery movie revolving around a different franchise. So every week, one week you'd have this Jacqueline Smith series. One week you'd have this Burt Reynolds series. One week you'd have Banachek with, George Peppard. I think if Kolchak would have been part of something like that, where it was a once a month or once every 2 months made-for-TV mystery horror supernatural movie, I think it would have been dynamite. As it stands, it's good, it's fun, not enough meat on the bones, and my guess is that's why it didn't last past the one very fun season. Okay, all the Konosuba, we already know. I mentioned I have this. Konosuba, the first season, Konosuba, the second season, and Konosuba, an explosion on this wonderful world. I love Yes, Konosuba is great. I love Konosuba. I am pissed off that the movie Legend of Crimson is not on Blu-ray. I have hope that it will reappear because, like, a Discotek no longer has any rights to it, sadly, because they did the best. But so seasons 1 and 2 are out of print. I think eventually, especially if those come back in print, I'm hoping we'll get it. Krull, this is a Mill Creek release. It's a good-looking Blu-ray with no special features, unfortunately. Krull was an 80s in 1983. There you go. This was a big-budget fantasy Star Wars combo ripoff thing that was all over the place. Cool visuals, cool sets. Hell of a lot of fun. If you've never seen Krull, it's worth seeing. That said, it's unfortunate because this Blu-ray is missing everything. There's a special edition. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and it is. And it's wonderful. It really is. It's a lot of fun. It's like a planet, I don't know, fantasy planet being invaded by aliens. And having to use this weapon called the glaive, which is this blade he threw, a sacred blade that goes throwing through the air as the only thing to defeat it. And like the aliens know this, like they've been there 1,000 years ago or so. I don't know. It's hard to put into words. It came out about the time of Conan, so everyone was trying to copy on. It was Ninja Star. Yeah, they were trying to copy. They were trying to capitalize both on Star Wars and Conan the Barbarian. So put Conan the Barbarian and Krull into the same movie, and now you add into that. Let's throw in a Marvel Comics tie-in. Which, that's the cool thing about the old DVD. The special edition DVD, even though you had to watch it through the DVD, had a digital scan of the original Marvel Comics tie-in and all sorts of special features. There was an Atari 2600 game of this I once saw a stream of. And it didn't do well in theaters, unfortunately. It's become one of those cult favorites. Big budget bomb. Do I want to do the next page? Okay, it's after midnight. I'd better not do the next page. I don't think I should. I think I should stop. Yeah, I guess I'd better stop. Okay, let me go ahead and take us back into the main library. How many pages we got left? Oh my gosh, it goes beyond 21 pages. I don't know how many pages there are left, but we got enough for a couple more weeks. So consider this a preview. I'm going to go ahead and take us back into the 1 million. No, that'll be once we get to the DVDs. Which I'll do at some point. Ay. All right, let me go ahead and take us back into the library while my brain is still functioning. Hopefully 69 tabs. Oh my gosh. I don't know what would happen. Oh my gosh, I don't think it's going to be that many because there's a lot of DVDs that just like Blu-rays, there are a few, but there are a lot of DVDs I've eliminated essentially. Yeah, so that was another Yap session, combined with some trauma dumping for good measure. Thank you to everyone who's shown up tonight. It was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun. I hope you, well, I just talked. I hope you enjoyed my just talking. Thank you to everyone who was watching tonight. We'll do this again next week. Tomorrow night we'll be doing Karate Survivor, first time playing, and Friday night I will be reading The Wizard of Oz. I hope I haven't ruined my throat tonight because it feels quite sore. Yay! Before we go, let me just see how many viewers do I currently have, because I don't want to. Well, I'm gonna be honest, Omegs. I don't see any concurrent view. I don't see any viewers other than you and me. So I'm going to sadly nix. I was thinking of raiding into Rhea, but I think if it's just you and me, it's gonna kind of look a little. Hey Rhea, if you're still streaming, I brought Omegs. Oh my gosh. Oh, sweet mercy. We even lost Kimmy somewhere along the way. So that being said, if you're watching this as a VOD, thank you for watching. If you've been lurking, Thank you for your lurking. Please consider a like and a subscribe and a comment. It does help with the algorithm. I hope you'll keep watching. I hope we can keep growing this audience so we'll have more live viewers. I gotta find a magic bullet on a time. I gotta find a time that's gonna hit at least get up to 5. And that's my goal. You know, it's small goals. You look at that subscriber rate, I'm not going to look at that subscriber rate. My goal right now for this year, my goal really is I just want to get 5 concurrent viewers that I could keep throughout. Unlimited subs, and yeah, and just checking VODs and videos and occasional shorts, the few shorts I do, since we've already ground my sword down to nothing. Yeah, my goal is 5 consecutive viewers. I want 5 viewers so that I can raid into other people with 5 viewers and start showing them some love. Welcome back, Kimmy. You missed the best part. No. Well, you missed Kroll. Excuse me. Well, time to raid then. Oh boy. Boy, raiding time. I feel like going into, if Rhea, is Rhea still streaming? I feel like raiding in and just saying I brought Megs and Kimmy. 3 is company. She's still going. You know what? I'm just going to, for the hell of it, I'm going to do that. I'm going to just say, I'm literally just going to say that. We'll just put the message up of back live raid again. And I am going to, let me get this set up real quick. I'm still not completely used to it, and I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say, hey, I brought Megs and Kimmy, even though they were probably already here. Okay, so we're going to raid into, once I get this set up, Rhea Sumira. She is the first person, the only person who ever has raided into me. Extremely talented. She is doing a live stream right now. If you're watching the VOD, she is doing a live stream of Squid Game on Roblox, Shrimp Games, with Haunted Mari, who's our friend Haunted Marianne. Let me save this. Okay. Bada bang, bing, bang, bong, boom, beautimus. And that being said, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.